Oh god, delicious pastry. We're just building this, mate. Trying to ass him up. Spell cooldowns down by 20. Everything down by 1. Cost less. That's not that important anymore. We could potentially get rid of that. What I'm wondering is which weapon to game. We have the winter's morning hours. But I prefer... Actually... Oh goddamn, I've got pastry on my hands. Give me... Somebody on the machine. Hey, Barrowman! What a sly host, you bugger and fine man. Versus humans. Well, that is in fact what we're going to be fighting right now. Now, fuckerance. I should have taken this. If I wasn't gonna go full hog. Sloig. Fuck him. Well. In that case, so we're still going to be assing this, I think. None of our current ability functionate on willpower. Fucking raise. Hey boys, are you rubbing here? With anger and Yara. Man, if we had never used those, we would not have gotten a chance to ask them before fighting. That would have been unfortunate. I rub this kid. I'm not actually on overtime, I'm just starting later because I'm ustless at the old wobble. We don't actually have that many abilities now that cost focus, I think. Kitty. Kitty, what's a minute? The other one was Farty of Ass. There we go. Will now forever pooped around us. Okay. Weapon 3-3 boo. Nah, it's not so much that, it's just my bullshit slowly rotates, which is irrigating. How much could we get that crit up to? That doesn't seem worth it. There. We are now an angry fucking creature.
Got it.
Become Farty, man. This is basically how I wanted him to work. But I didn't read up properly on what's called dark magic. No, it's actually called black magic.
What's next?
But, hi, Emergence. I can still do that. Hee hee. Leave thingy with lady and other guy. Here's our Nan having a word. We should probably address her. Her minge is right on show when you come in the door here. Where are those dudes at? It says leave the Nexus with anger and Guerrilla.
Will do.
Suit Tornado, yeah. Aye, we are the fart man, it's true. At least it's not the fart woman. I forget who she is. I know she's mentioned in the bot, but who specifically the fart woman
Blazes.
is.
Battle noises. They're already inside.
They are. Come, let's go get an overview.
Yes?
Oh fuck, they're here.
Helen's reigns. This doesn't look good.
Tahar, you're awake.
He is. And he's
GM.
got some interesting stories to tell.
But they'll have to wait. Where are Isgrim and Gore?
I don't know. They weren't in the Nexus when the fight broke out. I'd say they've taken matters into their own hands.
What are your orders, Tahar? This doesn't look good.
We have to seal the entrances. If they breach through either one of them, we're done with.
Then we need to split up. I'll get some of my men and make a stand in the southwest.
Then I'll take over the northwest. That's the hardest one for them to reach, so chances are they still haven't made it.
Then we'll help you.
Good. And Tahar, if what that scout said is true, and House Utran is really part of this attack, don't harm her. I know my sister, and this does not make any sense at all. There must be a reason for all of this.
Yeah, if you fart in all directions, you'll always fart in someone's general direction. You'll have your asses covered, basically. A sniffle.
I didn't even know Lady Utran is your sister.
I don't blame you. Northander politics and family bonds are complicated, but yes, she is my sister. And since her husband, Lord Rickard Utran, died, she's the ruler of the Utran lands.
Rickard,
which
nice.
makes this development as dangerous as it's bizarre. The fact that House Leonider is supporting the Harbinger is bad enough.
I'll do my best. Good luck, Angar. We'll come to your help once the other entrances are secured.
Do that. Nihalth, guide your sword, Tahar.
This was the guy that
Yes.
bininated us, by the way, when they moved around. We don't have our healer with us. This was the guy that was at our trial being all like, mate. Oh, there she
there
is.
anything you need?
Really?
I'll have to follow her? Okay, fuck. I'm hoping I'm not making a choice here between them. Hey, trade wolf, do you want to trade?
Huh? Best you talk to my brother.
He
He's
doesn't want to
good
talk.
with words. I'm good with the anvil.
Yes.
Talk to Angar. Morius vivir. Hey, it's the scry lady. Wonder how badly we can lose in this.
Now would you look at that?
Tahar, you're
Yeah,
you're
GM.
awake.
Godspeed, Barrel.
Shit. So they've already breached the outer walls.
They will soon. That masked thing on the other side. I don't know how he does it, but he's draining me.
Drain.
Drain. I'll go stab him. Look, it's a rogue bucket head.
Yeah.
Iria!
Oh, ominous incantation mumbling. As promised. Dark elf under there lightly.
Blazes, what kind of magic is that? Ready yourself, Tahar!
The Tahar's fucking ready.
Killed one of our
Her
heroes.
less so.
One down!
Not the real one.
Come on. Don't die on us now.
It's important to
Another
flute.
illusion.
Who would have guessed? Who was that?
I saw him around Lacane before. If I had to make a guess, I'd say he's one of his commanders.
Some cunt TM.
Let's check on Iria and the Scryer.
Did he drop nothing? I guess not.
Let's see.
Kid, no flute.
Ellen's reins. What happened?
The barrier gave up.
Blazes.
I'm gonna be farting at every
Someone who just
cutscene,
came
aren't
back
I?
from the dead, you're in good shape. Whatever your mother did to you, it seems to help. What about that masked fellow? Where is he?
We've taken care of him. At least for now. Are you injured?
No, just a scratch. Seems like Scryer Elion got the worst of it.
Can you take care of her? We have to make sure the other entrances are safe.
Yes. I'll get her to the Nexus as quick as possible. Be careful, Corporal. I have a feeling that masked priest wasn't Lacane's only ace up the sleeve.
Hey, see what
Probably
shy.
not. Stay safe, Iria.
What now? The southwest, the southeast, and are still undefended.
Wait, you're damn. I thought I could crouton in closer. Could, I'm just fucking useless. Taha, what are you doing? That way is not closed. Are you Ricardo? I guess he's Ricardo.
Are
Hey,
you
Angerman.
deaf? I said no! That machine will squash you like an insect!
Interesting.
I'll squash
You're here.
machines like
Good.
insects,
I
mate.
assume that means the Northwest is secured.
It is. How about you?
Well, we managed to fend off their first attack. They aren't purity, though.
What then?
Mercenaries. They don't have a banner, so they could be about anyone. Thing is, they've put up a siege weapon of sorts right up that hill, which prevents us from retaliating.
G-gens from up
What
country.
kind of weapon?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of catapult, but it seems to be magic-fueled and throws fireballs which cause massive damage. We're out of reach, but the moment we move against their camp, it'll decimate us within seconds.
Whereas, if you attack the machine directly, the mercenaries themselves will fall into your backs.
I'll go punch
Or
him.
swarm right into the city, yes. We weren't enough to split up, but now we are. Good timing, in other words.
So you want us to destroy that weapon?
Yes. The moment it is down, we'll go for their strong point.
You assholes stay here. I go solo it. Is this where it shoots at you if you go? Taha, the Fartulist. How the hell do I climb my own hill? Aquinas up in here. Guess I'm going around.
There it is. Take it down.
Shit! Kill them!
That should do it. Might be best to get back to Angar. He probably needs our aid. Not now.
Need some survivability, I think, at least. Who's guys? What the hell was that? Oh, it's enemy bullshit, I see. Hey, it's the Deathman! Hey, Catras has arrived.
What's next?
Wait, are we fighting him? Oh, for
Blazes.
fuck's sake.
This is Commander Katras from Aenir's Deathman.
Catras.
Corporal Tahar. What a surprise.
Katras, why?
Don't talk, friend. Fight.
Damn it, Cactus. I thought you were alright.
Yes?
Where is he? That's not me.
guess?
Blazes, Tahar. Now I know why Lacane wants you dead. You really know how to fight.
Why Catras? Why side with the Harbinger?
Blazes, you do like your dramatic lines, don't you? Look, this isn't personal. Lacane and his fanatics took down my camp and gave me a choice. Repent and accept the light, or have some stern-faced priest ram a bloody pike up me arse. So, unless you have some odd fantasies that I don't want to know about, don't tell me you wouldn't have done the same.
A loyal man wouldn't have.
Well, good thing I never swore loyalty to you or the Empire, isn't it? Don't kid yourself, Lord Marshal. You would have done the exact same thing. Pretend all you like. In the end, we're all selfish pieces of shit. And the only difference between me and you is that I'm honest about it.
Any last words?
I hate to disappoint, but we're not quite there yet, friend. Goodbye, Tahar. Too bad we couldn't be on the same side this time.
What the?
The teleport rune. Wise choice.
Bloody coward. At least we secured the entrance. That's what matters. What about the rest of the city? Are we safe?
Not yet. Hold your position for now. We'll meet at the Nexus once all this is over.
Understood. Tiara's blessings, Tahar.
Right. Okay, I need to ungrease. I've greased the table a little bit with pastry fingers. Hold on. Shame about Koltaz.
There's still two entrances we haven't covered yet. Let's
Could have been smart about it, but he wasn't. Could have done some ass, but nah. Isgrim's just hanging out.
Purple.
Well,
I mean, sure, if you get the choice, fight for me or become died, you fight for a guy right up until the time where he meets an actual enemy, and then you fucking bin him. It's stupid to die for your principles if you don't have to.
I'll do
But if
what's
he tells you to
required.
fight against someone else, you just bin him the second that you get into the fight with the other person. I mean,
What do you require?
if Latrine wins, everything would suck for him anyway, so he'd be dead either way, so he could either become died or become died, or have a chance of passing. I agree with him, you shouldn't be all like, oh, fuck you, on principle, mate, and then die then and there. That's dumb, don't do that.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Stay where you are. These things aren't just here for bugger and blast. You just had to find out for yourself, didn't you?
Oh, we do have a turret.
What the... Tahar? Is that you?
I'll explain later. What's the situation? What are those things?
My newest invention. Or, to be more precise, my newly recovered Shaper technology. I call them, Death Towers.
Death Towers?
Yeah. While you were asleep, I did some more research on how the Shapers use the Nexus to defend their city. This is the result, though they won't hold forever. And my gut tells me the Utrans are up to something. Because I haven't seen Lady Moira yet.
So it's true? House Utran is fighting for the purity?
Yeah, and quite viciously so. In other words, your awakening couldn't be more timely.
What do you suggest?
Well, as you know, I'm not the best at tacticians, but from what I saw, the attacks are currently coordinated by 2 Utran commanders. If we stay here and make sure no one gets through, you could take out those commanders in the meantime.
Got it. I'll come back when it's done.
Good. Nihalf, guide your blade, friend.
Are they the ones with the lady with the thing over her head? The ones that had the bane, or is his sister someone else that I've forgotten?
Understood.
Oh, I'm very sniffly after my nibbles. Don't knock me over. Ass bags. Oh wait, who's that? Oh, that's a commander. Okay, that's why he's not becoming died. Why is that there? Why can't I use that? Through the ass menu.
Down.
Weird. I think there was some lady. Where? Oh, he suddenly activated all the men. Oy vey.
Child's play.
Blazes! That's Lady Myra Utran. We need to help Iskrim.
Yes?
As you want.
Wait, what?
Die already!
Blazes! What's the matter?
One more step and I'll slit my throat.
Lady Mira, what?
Shut up!
He's bleeding quite a lot.
I don't understand. Why did you betray the crown? Explain yourself.
Explain yourself. Oh, Tahar, you must understand the situation. You're not in a position to
I
give
can hear
orders.
Garrus.
So here's what's gonna happen. You will let me walk away unharmed. You can have my soldiers, I don't care. But if you make only one wrong move, I will end this by slitting my throat.
Lady Mira, what?
You heard me. So, Tahar, what shall it be?
Fine. Get out of here.
A man of reason. One more thing, though, before I leave.
What?
You will repent. All of you.
I most certainly will not.
Nihalf's hammer. What? I mean, what was that?
I have absolutely no idea. Come, let's go help Iskrim.
Yeah, I heard him. Wait, Iskrim, where is he? He's there.
Nihalf's hammer. What happened?
Myra Utran got away.
How?
She threatened to kill herself if we didn't let her leave, which would have caused a civil war in her lands. Iskrim, she was different. Possessed.
I heard Garrus.
Huh. Well, that's interesting.
Why?
I don't know if
Because
your
I've
volume,
recently made a
volume allows
discovery.
it, but I could hear Garrus'
But
voice
let's talk
behind her
about that
saying the
later.
same thing.
I think this entrance should be safe for now. The Death Towers will make sure of that. But what about the rest of the city?
I'm on it. We'll meet at the Nexus when, if, this mess is taken care of. Be on your guard, Iskrim.
Of course. Thank you again, Tahar. I'm glad you're back.
Well,
Is
Almost through.
the life
Just
still
one
only
more
on...
entrance to go.
Oh, it's just
All
auto
more
attack.
reason to hurry.
We don't really do that.
anything on your mind?
Hey, Gore. How gore's it?
Yes?
Dumped these two in my party and I've not been leveling them. They're basically naked. Or
Blazes, it is you. Last time I saw you, You were lying on that stone bed like a bloody corpse.
That's about how I felt when I woke up. What's the situation? I don't see any Purity men around here.
No, not Purity, but someone else. According to my scout, they're gathering their forces down that valley. My gut tells me they're waiting for reinforcements.
If it's not the Purity, who are we dealing with? Another one of the royal houses?
No, I don't think so. To me, they look like bandits. But they're fighting under Aeonir's banner. And the man my Kayran hunter took down had the Purity symbol tattooed right across his forehead.
Bane.
The Bane.
Yeah.
The ones who massacred the Northander outpost in Leafshade.
Huh. Yeah, that fits.
Damn it. What's the plan then?
Well, now that you're here, I say you move out and crush them. We'll hold our position and cover your backs.
Simple enough.
I just got out of a
All right,
fucking
then.
period, man.
Move out. Almost through. Just one more entrance to go.
All the more reason to hurry.
Got it.
Not now.
Well then. Tahar of the 40.
The fabled pariah.
Oh, that's the lady, that's
Interesting.
not that one.
I thought you were dead.
Let's just get this over with, shall we?
My words exactly.
They won't stand a
These are my
chance.
words.
Not now.
I'm injured.
Not bad, Tahar. Not bad.
Call me the
Any last
flatulist.
words?
Yeah. Listen.
What the?
Go after me and lose your city and your friend, or save them and let me go. Your choice.
She got away.
No time to go after her. We need to secure the entrance.
Will do.
Fuck off.
Whatever's necessary.
Well,
A trap. I should have seen that.
Their leader got away.
I figured. But it won't be the last time we see her. We secured the entrance. That's what matters. What about the rest of the city? They attacked from all sides at once.
Yes, I know. We'll take care of it. Just hold your position for now. Once all this is over, we'll meet at the Nexus.
Understood. Don't die, Tahar.
I'll do my best.
I'll make the fucking attempt.
So many casualties. I just don't understand. We just ended one war. Now the Harbinger starts another.
Human nature, Tahar. People need an enemy. Peace is always fleeting.
Do you really think so?
I do.
Oh, me lauter.
What do you mean? She was possessed. This doesn't make any sense.
I'm afraid it does. But again, I have a theory. Let's wait for Tahar.
There you are. I've assigned troops to guard the entrances and double the defenses. If the Harbinger ever strikes again, we'll be prepared.
Good work.
Anyway, there are more important things we need to discuss now. For starters, what, by the Guardians, happened to my sister?
That's a damn good question. Iskrim, you said that you have a theory.
Well, yeah, I do. The rune. While you were asleep, I tinkered with it a little.
You think the rune has something to do with this?
A rune. But it's probably best if I show you. Follow me, Tahar.
I'm coming too.
All right, let's see. Turn around.
Tiara's breath.
Step forward. So, you get the idea.
Mind control.
Yeah. There are still some critical problems with it, and what I've done is far from what the Harbinger did with Lady Moira. But, Tahar, this rune, it has so much potential. If you thought what it does with the Godstones was fascinating, it's just the beginning. The Shapers, the Khazarlanthep, they knew their full potential. And this is the reason they were so powerful. Do you see it now? They...
Have you lost your bloody mind? Stop that! Whatever it is! Stop it now!
What?
Stop it for fuck's sake!
Fine. You're free. Go and take a nap.
Unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
They still look hypnotized. Are they free now?
Yeah.
I fought my way through
It may take a
cutscenes.
while to recover, but tomorrow they won't remember anything. So it's not that bad. Who knows? Maybe they would have died in the fight if they hadn't been under my control.
So you actually possessed those men?
No, I mean, yeah, the rune did. Look, Tahar, I know that I was maybe a bit too enthusiastic here, but can't you see the potential? Those soldiers, they do anything you command them to, without batting an eyelid.
Going a bit weird there, Isgrim.
Isgrim, this is wrong. Completely, utterly wrong.
All right, just cool your head, will you? I know my way of handling things might not have been optimal, but hey, at least now we know what we're up against. You could at least give me that much credit.
Just never do something like this again. And you think that the Harbinger controls Lady Moira, right?
Yes, and in an extraordinarily powerful way, if I may say so.
Huh. In other words, we need to find a way to break that possession. Right now, House Utran is under the Harbinger's control.
Madness. This is madness.
Whatever it is, let's tend to the wounded first. We'll discuss everything else in the Nexus.
Yes.
I fought my way through
Let's do that.
dramatic cutscene. You're damn. Don't you crash on me. Thank you.
Alright, let's catch our breath first. Angar, I'll talk to you when I'm ready to discuss the next steps.
Good. I'll be waiting.
Edge retracked all my quests. What's the fucking meaning? Well, let's have a look at the other mates here. Strongest, very nice. Another point, we're getting towards this one, I think. Scrim, are we going to be using you? I don't really know. Let's look at the ones we're using. Oh, we got a new guy as well. Warfare. Regen out of combat. Oh, that's alright. Might be able to bring this man as a decent tank. It's pretty alright. We may bring this man. Scales with dexterity, scales with strength. What's the boy wearing? Two-handing sword. Yes, two-handing sword. Of alright. Could give him a shield. Just have him sit there like a bastard. Yeah, two-handing sword. It's the most two-handings there is. Dexterity and strength amulet. That's alright. Con 6. Can we put that on? What's his face? Probably not. It's likely the one. Can only be used by Anger Man. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not really interested in his thing. We've got this. Oh, out of combat. Oh, that's not interesting then. It's pretty good armor. Oh, he can't use that when he doesn't have... Oh, I see. Well, I'm allowed. So I will. Oh, yeah. Oh, with every auto attack, I see. Focus cost, that's okay, but we don't actually use that much focus. We recast this every 15 seconds about. Tarhar, 12 strongness, very fine. Kind of want to tank this guy up and just have him around for us. Wear that if you like. Have our finest head bucket. Have some fucking thing. Well, we had some weird shield that healed everyone. Well, we had a mace that did that Tehar used to use. Don't know who has that now. Inflicted damage. I mean, that thing's also pretty swole. I think we may just keep what's his face here. This ring would be much better if we attacked quickly. Dumbly, I also didn't pick that one. I have a feeling though that will be sorted in a bit. I'm thinking about making this guy Aura Man. Where the hell is that weapon that heals people? It was a mace, wasn't it? Should heal people when they get slapped around. Oh, what was it? There. There, use that. I'll find the impurity, so wear some white shit. Alright, nudes. I'll slap you around. What active shit does this guy actually have? Nothing so far. The lock chance with 200 weapon. It's being a piece of shit though. It's also alright. Keeps him from becoming died. Oh, they can get free thingies as well now. Oh, that was just us. This man has a lot of health. Oh right, that fucking scales with dexterity, doesn't it? So we got him some more of that. God damn it. Oh well. Look at this creature. Get you one of them. Why not? Could give him taunt as an active. Sure. There we go. Strength and dexterity, that's really what I should have given him. Strength, dexterity, constitution. It's only 2 points misplaced. He'll be okay, I think. You are other ass, you are fine. What about you? Under ass. How are you doing? Although nudes, why are you not in bed? I must know the meaning. Alright, we can triple ask this now. No, this one, these ones don't get a third. Only his. I say boo. Does that mean he's also a shapely man? Well, that makes this decision kind of easy. Although that is interesting. Might be time for you to have a little sip. Oh yes, I can't have you drink that in base. Fuck. So worthless. They show up equipped with ass, but they can't use it. Like, mate. Talk to Agnor. Talk to what's his face instead. It's Gore, isn't it? Yeah.
Ah, Tahar.
Good man, Barrel.
Never mind.
Something on your mind?
Well, maybe. Remember when you asked me about Rain? The other gifted shaman from my tribe.
Yeah? What about it?
Yeah.
Want to talk about it. I'm not supposed to, but I don't know. I trust you, Tahar, and I've kept silent about this for far too long. Zarek's fangs, this is so silly. I feel like a damn child.
I'm not forcing you.
Right. Where do I start? Before becoming a shaman, every disciple has to go through a trial. The Iron Trial, as it's called. I told you that I did most of my training in solitude, didn't I? That wasn't true. 5 years after I entered disciplehood, another orc was accepted by my elder. A female named Rain. She was 2 years younger than me.
I thought only male orcs can be gifted.
No. It's just that for female orcs, it's even rarer to have magic.
It's a shady lady, then.
There are close to no female shamans.
Huh. How did you get along?
Well, at first, I was a complete dick to her. I was jealous and feared for my position. However, she never took offense by it. She fired back at me when I got childish, but at the same time never lowered herself to my level. As the years went by, we became friends. And no, there was no courting or mating involved, if that's what you're thinking. She was more like a sister to me, and one who, unlike my true kin, understood me. Those years in the Orcish steppes, they were special. We spent days, weeks out in the wild, doing whatever our elder tasked us with. And though it was hard, there was beauty in that. We just had this connection between us, this trust.
Yeah.
Sounds like friendship to me.
Yeah, friendship. I never had a connection like that again, and I rarely talk about it. The one time I did, the orc I told it to laughed right in my face. He thought it was ludicrous, a male spending time with a female who wasn't his mate. He stopped laughing when I broke his nose.
But something happened, am I right?
Yeah, the trial did. The sacred test every disciple has to take before he or she can become a shaman. Our elder sent us both at the same time, which was unusual. But of course I was relieved. There was plenty of talk about the Iron Trial, and I was scared.
A fine man.
How did Rain feel about it?
Same as I. Believe me, Tahar, only a fool would have entered into the trial with a smug smile on his face. We knew what was ahead of us.
That's not what the
did you
subtitle
know
said.
about the trial?
Rumors. Shamans are forbidden to talk about it. But it was known that only half of those who take it return at all.
Oh, this shit.
So what happened?
We, Zarek's fangs. I can't believe I'm telling you this. I'm breaking my oath.
Don't do anything you'd regret later.
I won't. We weren't told much about the trial. Only that we'd have to venture to a cave, far up in Barga Gore. They also didn't tell us how to get there. Only that Zarek would guide us. And he did. After a week of traveling, we found it. It was a strange place, Tahar. I saw that right from the beginning. The entrance looked like a mouth. The rocks surrounding it like the bones of an old, forgotten beast. And the stalagmites, like hundreds of teeth. But of course, we went in. We had to.
What did you find?
A giant hall. It was as mesmerizing as it was unsettling. There were murals and carvings all over the cave walls. Old glyphs that I'd never seen before.
Shaper glyphs, maybe?
No, not Shaper. They looked as if the Guardians themselves had carved them into the rock.
Interesting. What else was there?
Nothing. That's what baffled me. Apart from those murals, the hall was completely empty. And for some reason, the ground in that hall was completely smooth, like polished stone. There were braziers, one in each corner of the hall, and they were burning brightly. Rain was as confused as I was. But nonetheless, we entered the hall. And that's when the trouble began. Because all of a sudden, the exit was gone. No magical noise, nothing. Just in that moment when we looked the wrong direction, it disappeared. And instead of it, we were looking at another wall.
Fucking walls.
How is that even possible? Maybe it was an illusion.
That was our first thought too, but it wasn't. That new wall was as solid as every other rock in that hall.
Strange. What did you do?
Well, after we calmed down a little, we assessed our situation. We figured that this was the Iron Trial, and that it was our task to find another exit. So we started looking. But it was pointless. There was nothing. We couldn't even hear the wind anymore. For the next 14 days, we were trapped. We couldn't make that wall disappear, and no matter how long we studied the glyphs, how long we prayed, nothing happened. On the 5th day, our provisions had come to an end, save for half a skin of water and a handful of jerky. On the 8th day,
one of you had
it was
to
all
die.
gone.
And she pinned herself.
How did you survive?
I'm getting there. As you can imagine, the thirst was the worst. It drove us mad, and we searched every corner of that goddamn hall for just a drop of water. Not that we hadn't looked before, but as you know, hope dies last. Have you ever had thirst, Tahar? Real thirst?
This guy was also in Secret World. He was the vampire hunter with the burned face. And he was also fucking Regulus in Rift, like I mentioned.
No.
And hope it stays that way. I'd rather bleed out on a pole than experience that again. On the 11th day, Rain and I were puking our guts out. Our skin had literally started to crack, and I felt as if I was burning from within. On the 12th day, we were only an inch from death. That's when the dream came.
A dream?
Yes, a shared dream, almost like a vision. We were still in that hall, Rain and I, but we were out of our bodies, floating like spirits. At first I thought we had died, then I saw what was different. The floor was full of blood, and that blood was burning. The murals and glyphs had started moving, twisting, like shadows dancing on a wall. That's when I first understood what they were depicting. For some reason in the real world, I'd never been able to.
What did they depict?
It showed what was expected from us. What we had to do to get out. Sorry this isn't easy. I've dreamed about those weeks ever since. But telling someone, it feels bizarre. Zarek demanded a fight. Either one of us died by the hands of the other, or we would die there together. The Iron Trial. We were never both meant to pass.
Truth be told, that doesn't surprise me.
Indeed.
Yeah. And it shouldn't have surprised me either. But for some reason, I don't know. He had known Tahar, our elder, our master. He had known that it would come to this. Yet he still decided to send the two of us out at once.
So you fought each other?
No. Trial or not, I would have rather died than done that. And that's precisely what I told Rain. A god that demands a man to kill his own sister is not a god that deserves worship by anyone.
Lucy been
But
herself.
Rain wouldn't have it. She claimed that if both of us died, both of our lives would be wasted for nothing. I got angry and asked her if she meant that she wanted to fight me. She said no.
I don't understand.
She wanted me to kill her. She told me that she was already too weak to make it down the mountain anyway. But that I could still make it. Believe me, Tahar, if there had been any strength left in me, I would have punched her just for suggesting it.
And she bent herself.
Did you ever consider sacrificing yourself?
No. I know it makes me sound like a coward. And maybe that was part of the reason why I didn't. But the sane part of my mind still believed that there had to be another way. That all this was just some cruel joke. And the cave we had found maybe wasn't Zarek's after all.
And yet, you're here.
I am. I should have known before she even did it. She always had to have it her way, no matter the price. It happened when I was asleep. She took my dagger from its sheath, put it into my hand, and drove it through her throat without hesitation. When I opened my eyes, her blood was already all over my face. And as if Zarek had been watching all along, the wall disappeared. No noise. Just like that. The wind was back, and it was raining outside.
All the
first
while
time
through
in
this
months.
very dramatic
I'd like
story,
to
I'm
think that she
farting
saw it
all over the
before she
desk.
died.
Did you make the descent?
I did. There were berries in a mountain goat that had been hit by a rock slide, right next to the exit. It was so absurd I almost had to laugh. When I got back to the Elder's shack, I screamed at him, then broke down and started to cry. He just listened. In the end, he told me that we had both known what had been at stake. Yet we agreed. Choice and consequence. He made me a shaman the next day.
That's cruel.
Maybe. But without cruelty, there isn't life. Don't you too send brothers and sisters into battle, Tahar? Children, fathers. You do it because ultimately, you believe the outcome will lead to a world more desirable. It was the same with Rain and me. We wanted to be shamans, Zarek's chosen, and we both paid the price.
Do you blame yourself sometimes?
Of course I do. But ultimately, it was her choice, and all I can do to honor her now is to respect it.
I see.
There's one more thing. Remember when you asked me why I feel the way I do about our culture? Why I think we orcs should strive for more? It's Rain who made me realize that. Most orcs would have fought each other in that cave, to the death. But she didn't. Instead of submitting to her primal instincts, she made a sacrifice. One that I could have made too, if I hadn't been such a coward. Blazes, it feels strange to have told you all this. But, I don't regret it.
Well, thanks for trusting me with this, Gore.
Let me have some time for myself right now, alright?
Oh, there we go.
I need to think.
Got his affinity ability unlockerated. He now has his big man thing. Oh yeah, into a tribe eater. The fuck even is that? Oh man, we gotta talk to every other mate as well. Go visit our optional mother as well. Let's talk to Lady Thing. She has pretty cool abilities. She revives if she becomes died. Yeah, it's the one like the what's it called, this? The one we fought in the desert, I think.
Now would you look at that?
Ah, I was hoping you'd come by. That was quite the surprise visit, wasn't it? The Harbinger couldn't have picked a better time for his attack.
I guess you could say that. How's your injury? That blast from the barrier looked quite painful.
The blast? Oh yeah, sure. I'm as good as new. One of the perks of being a light mage. Tahar, I'm sorry. For everything.
What do you mean?
Well, what you discovered in that dungeon. I didn't see that coming, honestly. I mean, I'd always felt you were different, but an experiment of your father?
Fucking plot.
I would have never guessed. And now that bastard Lacane took your mother. It's just... one tragedy follows another. Now I feel almost ridiculous thinking about my supposed problems.
We can still save her.
Yeah, I know. And we will. Blazes. How crazy does that all sound? A half-shaper whose mother's spirit has been stolen by a religious fanatic. If all this weren't actually happening, I'd think I'd be watching a bad play. Though you'd definitely be the tragic hero in this. And I don't envy you.
I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine.
Are you? Tell me, Tahar. If you had had the choice, would you have wanted to know? About your mother and how you were born?
Well, she didn't tell me. She didn't want to...
Well, what about you? Your father also never told you who your mother was. Would you want to find out?
Good question. On the one hand, yes, I think I would. But then again, I never made any serious efforts to find out. I guess in the end it wouldn't have really mattered. She is dead, I know that much. And whether she was a priestess of the White Tree or a slum dweller, it wouldn't have changed the fact that she wasn't there when I grew up. But you're a different story. Your mother is still alive. And she's a shaper. I mean, doesn't that change everything? Would you really have wanted to know?
Yes. It's always better to know the truth.
Is it? Sometimes I wonder if the truth doesn't just make it all worse. Anyway, Shaper or not, it's good to have you back. Honestly, there were times when I was worried you wouldn't ever wake up again.
I'm touched.
You better be. Anyway, in case you were wondering, I'm not planning to leave now. If you need my help, I'll be here.
You don't need to stay. You know that, right? Our work with the Purity is over, and nothing's stopping you from going back on the road.
Save for the mage murdering Lightbringers, right? Look, unless you want me to leave, I'll stay, and I'll fight. And no, I'm not trying to sound heroic. Apart from the fact that there's worse company than you, the dwarf, and the others we picked up along the way, I can't just stand by and watch while those bloody fanatics do their best to plunge this world into yet another war.
Good. I need to know who I can count on if we want to win this war.
Well, now you do. And now that we've got that out of the way, you should get some more sleep. You still look like a walking corpse. Don't make a habit out of it. I'll talk to you later.
Interesting.
Tahar? I guess I still owe you an explanation, don't I? About that bandit in Farland's Hope?
Do you?
I do. First off, I appreciate that you didn't stop me. It was what most reasonable people would have done, I guess.
He deserved it.
Yeah, he did. About 5 years ago, something happened. I was on the road and the sun had just started to set, and I was closing in on the village where I had planned to spend the night. It was a beautiful day, really. The sky was clear, the stars were coming out, and the crickets were chirping. Just 1 mile before the village gates, I saw a woman and her son. Or at least I thought he was. And they were surrounded by 2 men and a woman, who were pushing her around, tearing her clothes off. She was weeping, begging them for mercy, and her son, who probably didn't realize what was happening, was holding her leg and crying. That woman's screams were horrible. What I remember even more was the crying of that poor boy. They were the tears of a soul who, up to that point, had still thought life was all about beauty, about love, and who had now awoken to reality. Long story short, I didn't help. I just stood there, watching it all through the thickets, like some grotesque play. When they were done, they kicked the woman into a pit on the roadside and took the boy with them.
Why didn't you help?
I've been asking myself the same thing ever since. In the end, I think it was plain cowardice. Then again, if life taught me something, then it's that only in the books that people make the right calls when push comes to shove. Sure, there are exceptions, but most of us just stand by and watch.
And that was why you tortured the bandit?
I guess. That woman the bandit in Farland's Hope killed. I don't know, but something about her reminded me of that summer night. And yeah, I know, it was a stupid thing to do. Stupid and above all, pointless. Making that bandit suffer didn't help anyone. Neither the woman he had tortured to death, nor the one on the road, or her little boy. I just couldn't help it. It was as if some dark part of my mind had taken over.
Just be careful. I know it sounds dramatic, but that darkness, it can consume you.
Yeah, I know. Either way, anything else you need? If not, I'd like to have some time on my own. There's a lot that's been going through my mind lately.
Nope.
Corporal? Need anything?
You never told me why you fled Finan Mir.
Fair enough. You've given me little reason to distrust you, so... No, well. Let's just get this over with. I already told you about my father. How to him, I had always been more of an asset. Well, after my father died, I decided to become a novice.
A novice?
Someone aspiring to be a priest of Ellen. I don't know why I did it. It was something my father had always considered a backup plan if an arranged marriage wouldn't work out. Part of it was probably because obeying my father was all I knew at that time.
And all the while Tahar just farts.
What does life as a priest of Ellen look like?
Boring. Though not as boring as a Northander monk's life. You are free to have family and to indulge in the earthly pleasures. Still, your life is devoted to worship. And for a priest of Ellen, that means healing the sick and preserving Ellen's greatest gift, nature.
He's gotta be really hard to be around.
Was it difficult to receive the novitiate?
Also, hello, Milkman.
Not for me. First of all, I was a good candidate. I was still very young, not even in my 30s. And I already knew a great deal about magic and healing. Secondly, I was, after all, pure blood. That helped as well.
But something happened.
Yes. In my first year, I fell in love. That crazy, hot-blooded, head-over-the-heels kind of love that the bards all sing about. The boy felt the same way, and for the next year it was, well, it was perfect. It was the two of us against the world. Maybe you know that feeling.
Dumb woman.
What was his name?
Doesn't matter.
God damn it.
And the priests didn't mind?
Priestesses. Only women are allowed to teach.
Priestai.
And no, they didn't. Elves consider love to be a blessing of Ellen. Forbidding it would be near absurd. I have no clue where your monks got that idea from. Though, of course, that boy and I tried to, restrain ourselves when the situation demanded it.
Fucking. He's talking about fucking.
And I guess your romance didn't end well.
You guess right. But it was more than that. You know, I told you how I always felt estranged around other people. I knew how to put on a smile, how to make myself fit in, but it was always fake. Shallow. With him, it was different. Dramatic as it may sound, I thought I had finally found someone who understood me. Then there was the novitiate. Despite all the time I sunk into doing the crazy things lovers often do, I never failed as a student. Or, no, let's put it another way. I was the best, in every aspect.
Which didn't sit well with some people.
No. And eventually, they made sure I felt it. They excluded me from everything, stared at me when I walked by. It hurt, yes, but I convinced myself it didn't. I've always been good at that.
Did it take a toll on your relationship with that boy?
More than that. My lover's friends started manipulating him. Telling him that I only saw him as my pet, that he was a failure, and that I only kept him around to feel good about myself.
That's toxic.
It was. And their seeds met fertile ground. You see, we novices all knew that only 4 out of 20 will be granted priesthood at the end of our training. And being a failed novice leaves you with a mark you'll keep for the rest of your life. It all looked peaceful on the surface, but beneath that it was an arena. And these other novices, they made sure my friend became aware of that fact. To him, I started being a rival as well. And do you want to know the biggest joke of it all? I didn't see it. The idea that, I don't know, that he would listen to them. That he would ever reach a point where he'd put what we had below his hurt pride and his fears. It never crossed my mind.
So what happened?
Well, he knew I was curious by nature, so...
Well, I guess how many times my
one night when we were in bed
mouse
together, he
times
suddenly asked me if I wanted to go on an adventure.
During this.
Of course I said yes.
Does it
So
every
we snuck
8
out
minutes
into the cloister's courtyard.
of inactivity?
It was beautiful. The night was cloudless, and the old oak, our cloister shrine, had just begun to bloom. We made our way to the library building, but of course the door was locked. Out of nowhere, he pulled a key, grinning at me, and opened it.
They're gonna carry her, aren't they?
It was insane. As you can
Adventure and
imagine,
blood.
priests aren't known for being lenient towards these kinds of trespassings. We were risking our novitiate, and I didn't even know the reason, but I liked it. And we were doing it together, weren't we? It was exciting. He took my hand and we went to the High Priestess's office. We opened the door and went inside, and there he finally told me what we were here for, to open the grimoire.
Grimoire?
The High Priestess's spellbook. It was a stupid idea. And if I hadn't been so blind, so bloody naive, I should have seen it by then. But I didn't.
What did he ask you to do?
To open it and try to read one of the spells. He teased me. Told me that I wouldn't be able to do it. You know? Saying it like that. It sounds so bloody stupid, doesn't it? But again, I was too blind. I laughed. I wanted to impress him, so I gave him a kiss. Opened the page and started saying the words. Long story short, I lost control. The spell was too much for me to handle and it misfired. One moment I was staring at the pages, the next one, the library was aflame and my lover was gone.
Okay, that's more interesting. I thought they were just gonna lure her in there and go away.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I was the one too stupid to see it coming.
How far did that fire spread?
Not far. It was put out before it could do real damage. But, of course, that was the end of novitiate. I was thrown into the cell of shame and sentenced to 12 years of polishing prayer banks and cleaning floors in the shrine.
Cell of shame, what? Did he regret it? What? He blew up? Huh?
Your lover, did he regret it?
I think so. The only bloody gratification I ever got from this. But even if he would have confessed and begged me to take him back, I couldn't have.
Oh, he left. Oh.
All
I
that
thought,
connection,
I thought she blew him up.
trust. It was gone.
Oh.
Worse, it was tainted.
You do know taint is the bit between your balls and your balls.
Did you try to tell the priestesses the whole story?
No, I just sat there and smiled. Of course I did. But my love had all his friends to back him up. To them, it wasn't even a trial. It was a feast.
But you never did polish those prayer banks, am I right?
No. In the night after the trial, they still let me sleep in my chamber. Thoughtlessness, I suppose, or maybe they simply didn't care. I got my things, left, and never came back. So, here it is, the whole truth. No dark secrets, no assassinations, no necromantic rituals. Just a plain old broken heart. Compared with all that shit you had to go through, it almost sounds ludicrous. I thought so. Well, sorry to have wasted your time, Corporal. I think we should both get some rest now.
I didn't say that, but we got the thing. Yeah. The thing is about this, they could have staggered these a little better. Staggered the things. It's just like we get so much plot dumping at one time because we go around and talk to all of them. And apparently the quest for the affinity is just listening to them, which is okay, but I mean, it would have been nice if we also sort of had to take them out and walk them or something for class, I guess. Maybe I'm just old and sour. Heal and cleanse the target. I'm interested in this one because we might be able to just go fuck this light ass completely. It's just poorly paced because a lot of it's interesting, but it's just a wall of story being thrown at you, and it's a bit. Yeah, especially right after that fucking, because a lot of these are staggered out between advancing the main plot, and then it's like, let's go fondle on Anne.
Understood.
Yeah. At the same time, I'm worried about not doing them at the proper time. God damn, I'm so farty. 7 to 7 is just not a lot. It's supposed to scale on our weapon, but I suppose this is kind of a two-handed thing. This thing's pretty fucking good. Would be even better with the two-handed axe. 50 HP. I guess it's percentile of our HP.
She's breathing, but her spirit is gone. Damn you.
Damn it, latrine. Used to be named Shithouse. Before they changed it.
Yes.
Let's go do some shopping before we talk to the other asses. Because we have the shop 3 ability now. Stagger the stories out a little bit. I'm hoping that we have the merchants out here now. There's be a few interesting things we can purchase. I think we're respawning by the power of magic that the Shapers made. And I think all that knob did was steal our mother's magic by shoving her into a thing.
Yes, yes. Looking for some orcish craftsmanship?
Supposedly these are to have a special tab. That's quite the fucking hell. That's the biggest weapon we've seen so far. The Pope at the beginning is the villain now. And he was most certainly full of shit. Oh, I saw it there.
Yes, yes. Looking for some orcish craftsmanship?
Ah, yes. Fucking Twapes. He was also the voice we heard through the lady thing. Enemies affected by weaken. That's really nice because we have a shield that automatically asks weaken on people. I was hoping to get some sort of armor of thorns. Out of combat. What? Why? 1 strength. Well, we need to check all the merchants because with this ability they have extra inventory. And this guy has nothing in his.
Good choice.
Good choice, he says after we buy nothing. I always find that a little funny. Yeah, fucking popes. Fuck him.
Zalraka, what do you need?
I want to train.
All right. Here's what we can do.
I see you trade and sell Gabaggio. Some of them say fine choice, mates, when you don't buy anything. I think they do if you buy something anyway as well, but the thing that was wandering around up here was back briefly. We need to exposition dump that guy, Bargalest, and Lady Tits. Well, Burger the Bodacious would say so, except his own, of course.
Huh?
I like that guy. I wish he would.
I want to buy some better equipment for the way.
Music to my ears.
I wish he would talk more.
What did you have in mind?
Special stock of potion of fresh ass. You're damn. Då låter jag det så klart. Ja. Kan inte bara grunda maskin. I like the org architect. He shows up here and he's like, "Oh, it looks a bit very fine." You're like,
Come to trade?
and he goes, "Yeah, mate. You think we're all about bullshit?
Your interest.
Fuck." This looks more interesting. Moira's command. Oh, I read of that. Oh, oh, nice. Contest's axe. Hit 2 additional targets. That's pretty nice. Crippling bow. Staff of mass hemorrhage. That's also nice. These, however, are going to be ours. Not those. Those are crap. These are, however. Have some of these things. Fuck snakes. I'm never going to be beating a snake up. Manbreaker. Man-eater. Dragon Slayer. That one might be interesting at some point. That one I'll take. Thank you.
You know how to bargain, don't you?
Yeah, fuck, mate. I do. The artifact amulet. That one, I think it just does a little bit more damage.
Yes, yes.
Let me take a look at your designs.
Of course.
Hello?
Take
Hello?
all the time you need.
What? I thought you were gonna have special shit.
Farewell.
Hmm? The hell? All right. Yeah, we need to fuck off somewhere else.
What do we need?
Check all the asses first, though.
What can I do for you today?
I want to equip the.
Show me some shit, Haggard.
What do you need?
Not literal shit, though. Oh, nice, decent special inventory, maybe. Two-handed stab of ass. Pacifier. Cannot be stunned. These, a chance of something is very irritating. If I don't know what the fucking chance is, well,
Pleasure doing business with you. Come again. I'm getting
what use is any of this to me? I also have these guys that for some reason they are marked on the map. So it's very easy to see. We've talked to this guy, haven't we? Yeah, we have. We talked to this scrotome now. Hiding on top of his friend.
Looking for potions and scrolls? I'm sure I have just what you need.
Will you though? Goblin core. Oh yeah. That's very cheap. Another attack speed increase. Dex armor, that's also nice. Fuckers, yeah, that's fine. Double bleed out time, that's useless. Strongness. Summon zombie when we are hit. It's like dead people just falling out of you. So many of these. Yeah, that's the thing. I have a lot of regular shit. That is ever so slightly better than the one we have. Except we can hit 2 extra men. I think that's the one we were using before. The better damage might mean that we should be using it, since I don't know how it scales, because a slower weapon, since it scales with weapon, some of our skills like this one, scaling attribute weapon, I don't know if it scales with the DPS or the minute max damage. So I don't know if a slower weapon is. Oh fuck. Oh, focus armor ass for battle muggy. That's alright. We could put 2 of these on dual wield man. That would amuse me. Although no, yeah, we were not bringing dual wield man, were we?
A fair offer.
He says as I leave without buying anything. I go to the map in Everlight. Yeah. So apparently merchant we missed in Everlight. Luckily he's still there, but he's not marked. So we need to go check him. I was wondering about that.
Now would
Yes, yes. Have you come to see the fruits of my labor?
Mate. Chance, fuck off. Why does this man sell garbage? Why sell weapons that are worse than what we have anyway? Something DPS, that's pretty good. 10.19.
Pleasure doing business.
What's
with
hers
ya.
like?
Come again.
7 point
I'm getting
thingy.
new wares by the next moon's turn.
It might be time to get rid of that. It would be fucking horrifying. How does a zombie exit you in that manner? How would that even functionate? Let's go talk to this pillock. He's gonna talk about his woman, isn't he? I just fucking know it.
What is it?
I would
Alright,
like to train the elves.
Well, if you have the coin, I might be able to help. Let's see.
Special inventory. You sell shit. Potion of compost. God damn it. Save. I leave. I wonder if the said the Purity took over a bunch of shit. I hope they didn't take over the town I'm gonna go try and trade in. Like whatever light. Just have stupid quest for. It doesn't seem like it. So
Get ready.
you a new guy,
I'll handle it.
mage, Wade.
Let's see what we can do.
Good man. Okay, let's go.
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there. Though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage Wars, the city has its own mountain of problems to struggle with. The biggest ones being the ever-growing gap between the rich and
They
the
had
poor,
these portals
an uncontrollable rise in
that would
crime.
fart out dudes. This place looks basically untouched. So how good is this guy's euro? No, not you, fucking aura. Jesus Christ. 30 piss. Okay, so if I send you away, 15, 30, no.
Yes.
28, 37.
What do you want?
So I send specifically you down here.
Yes.
That's decent, especially considering he's scaling it poorly with piddly decks. That's alright. Okay, well, I'm here to
What
shop
do we need?
and fart
Just give the word.
like a fucking deviant. So there's supposedly an agitated merchant going around near a gate here. That's hidden. That's the guy we saved. At some point, he's a bit hidden. They say he's going around near the west gate. That would be over here, actually. I gotta go look where he is. This is ridiculous. He will only appear if we have escorted him safely. I don't know if... That's the problem. I don't know if he actually survived. So where actually is he? East District of Everlight. It's over here. So where the fuck would he be? Is this him down here? Yes, that's him. Okay, yeah, we have actually talked to him and he is marked, so that's not at all as offensive as I thought. Where the hell are we? The exact opposite side.
I'm ready.
Let's see.
That's nice enough. Okay, I was worried about that. I thought that was just a jeweler or something. That's interesting. Another guy. That's the jeweler.
Interesting.
I hope we have enough money for this. People fart violently out of portals. Okay, activated merchant. Come at me.
Armors, shields, everything from copper
Yeah, this is that, man.
to moon silver swords.
Special inventory. Let's see what he has. Bunch of these fucking things. One-handed. That's... Oh, it's a dagger, I see. What a pile. Hello. Fuck, that's expensive. That's also gonna be mine. It must be mine. No one's gonna wear a fucking hat of glisten. All these silly hats. All of used for Undergast. Well, not anymore. Well, let's not tell it to the guy I'm selling it to. Sell someone an armor. Can only be used by a guy that's not him. Fucking Mandarizer. That should do. Well, that's going straight onto heart. Right, Jin Pond. Strength and Dex.
Yes.
Have that again then. Make your aura a little better. Your auras. What an agitated merchant. So there's 2 more here, 3 up there. And this guy's moonwalking. That guy's still stuck over there. At least he's not stuck in another person while stuck over there. That was extra creepy. Don't do that.
Looking for potions and scrolls? I'm sure I have just what you need.
Spell effect party has arrived. Yeah. It's truly dreadful system.
Yes, yes, come closer. I'm sure I have just what you need.
Oh damn. Actually, not really. Willpower. Willpower and intelligence. There's quite a few of those. Willpower and intelligence would be good for some of our weights. What are you currently wearing?
Come again. May Tiara bless your path. You have my attention.
Huh? Certainly an option.
As you want.
Let's have a look at what the other dudes sell before we possibly go back to that.
The best way is from Kalaya to Nortander.
Oh, you look at that guy. That's the Fletcher up here. Yeah, unpausing it counts as a refresh. So... So anyway, also I need to talk to this guy, get his big man ability.
Axes, daggers, swords, everything for the weary
Please stop farting in my shop, goddamn.
A fair offer.
Saltiest man I've ever seen. I don't think the barkeep ever really sells anything. Actually, I might have a special inventory. Was it a good ad then?
Hey, you're an adventurer, aren't you? Come take a look. I'm sure I've got something that might spark your interest.
Yeah. Goddamn ad crap.
Good choice.
Yeah, that's what he says when you buy nothing. In an angry way. Yeah, but it still has to pull the ad from somewhere, and I don't know.
Let's see.
I've had luck with not getting ads. But it's been a while since I've watched streams, so...
Now would you look at that?
No, Penelope. You cannot do this to me. He loudly screamed, full of pain and anguish. Penelope softly cast him a mournful glance.
Fair pelt, sure.
Her eyes dreamily drifted off towards the merciless and cold winter sky.
Greasiest bartender.
But I have to. She silently whispered,
hey,
full of
Eunuch.
remorse. Her tender breath tenderly caressed his haggard cheekbones. Mockingly, my heart beats with yearning when I see her sweet and lovely face.
Wait, what?
For you, oh my form.
You know, you'll be happy to know that there was actually a guy that cast Snake earlier. There was a whole island about it. It's still fucking irritating. I mean, if I have to have ads on Twitch or on a YouTube video, let the fucking dude running it decide when and where, instead of just cutting stuff off suddenly to put an ad in or some shit. Boys, what are you doing?
As a neutral, apolitical association of mages solely devoted to the study of magic, the members of the Creators Guild were...
So, what's the plan?
I don't think he's dead, no. He spent a lot of time casting Snake. These guys were like, fuck, we can't defend ourselves and we're shit, but
Yes?
but we have this thing where we cast Snake if we should be threatened, so we're not defenseless. But goddamn, my son's casting Snake all over the place, so what the fuck? Oh, hell fucking no. Oh, does it actually say that? That is an atrocious lie. Well, I mean, technically, it might. This is where we start running into money trouble. Yeah, it's not about caring in the slightest. It's about getting your brand out there, so people can be annoyed about it. Your brand. Oh fuck, what was that? Shite is what it was. Fucking sailets of remingenitation. Purchase. I am now poor.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Extraordinarily poor, but goddamn, I'm gonna drink these
by the
things.
next moon's turn.
Taha, the most proficient fucking man in the game. He has points emerging from his ass now. I say goddamn. Look at all these points I can't hold. A slight damage upgrade. I say ass. Weapon, 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 everything weapon. I really shouldn't not have weapon. All the most passive abilities. Yeah. Fucking just full of ogre testiculone. Goes absolutely fucking apeshit. I got 9 points. For fuck's sake, Taha, you don't use focus. Why do you have willpower? Well, we are now approaching fully armored fuckmaster territory. This would be about the time where we'd ditch the shield for something more slappy. Is this still 7-7? Oh, it's 8-8 now. Oh boy, really, really worth. This is still 50 HP, that's okay. And eats all the ogosterone. Okay, I think that's us done shopping.
Armors and shields. Everything from
Unless this
copper
guy
daggers
has...
to moon silver swords.
You say shield, you don't... Do you have any of that at all? Pissing great, so I think I just sold half of this to him. Probably shouldn't be looking at it.
You know how to bargain, don't
The
you?
irritating thing about this is all of these scale weapon. So all my stats mean very little.
Yes, of course. Interesting. Let's see.
Man grunts his way to Satanville.
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there. Though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage War.
However, you three.
Yes?
Since I can't fucking respec you back at base. Unless I bin you here. Back home we go. Yeah, we're pretty sturdy, but we don't actually... We do a little bit of damage, but not with the farty, which is irritating me a little bit. I'm considering replacing one farty with another. Alright, so this guy has two things he needs to ask. That's con 9. There, now we can wear most of his things. So what we need him, because you were using an aura. Oh, he has an affinity as well. No, fuck that shit though. That scales with dexterity, so that's what you're gonna get. Fucking boom. Demoralize. Is this one also to other dudes? Haste to yourself and allies. It's kind of what this does as well. That's willpower though, god damn it. You now have 2 auras you need to ask. Some enemies around you, don't make me say ass. I'll say fucking yes. I think strength scales how much of this they get. Which is a shame because he gets a piddly strength. God damn it. So not to put the full 9 in. Just for that stupid fucking thing. God fucking damn it. What a pillory. Lock chance with 2-handed weapons. It's the walking aura man. His only job. Strength and a dexterity. Well, he has one of those. We don't really have a strongness ring to spare, do we? In fact, we have no rings to spare. Well, if we're not bringing you, then maybe you have some bullshit. Not really, but you have that fucking cleanse armor that's also really nice. Attack speed, that's shite. You were that then. You might explode, but fuck. Ah, you can use this. Sorry. This guy's all like, why am I naked and holding this candlestick? There you go, what a lovely man. Enjoy your retirement, mate. Actually, we should go look and see if Ice Cream has, to see what all the men pass around. Let's go talk to him first. I see you're naked from being respect. Certainly needs to sort what's her face. Maybe get her new bow. You're not farting anymore, what's going on? You are not going.
What do we need?
Our flatulists have ceased.
Tahar, it is good to see that you have recovered. This place and these people lack guidance without you.
They did?
Yes. The Lord Marshal tried to assume control, but as you might have expected, he did not have everybody's support. I was even fearing an internal power struggle, and I'm glad it did not come to that. I must say, Tahar, your mother, she is remarkable. I have always wondered what the Shapers look like, and now I do. It is fascinating.
Now
Though I
you
suppose
do?
this is a difficult topic for you.
You wonder
Forgive
now as
me
well?
if my words were inappropriate.
Checking out my mom.
It's all right.
Good. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Yes? What is it?
So, Undergast, when you told me about your split with Lena, I got the feeling that you were more than just colleagues.
You are asking if we were in love. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Then let me start by telling you that the term love is undefined and that theories about it conflict one another. I have read a lot of books on it, and I've studied the poems, and I've come to the conclusion that it is ultimately a primitive, carnal urge that people have come to romanticize for the emotions that come with it. I, myself, never felt it, and maybe that was because I saw the underlying mechanisms. I always found it strange how people overreact so strongly to such a simple emotion, and maybe that very fact stopped me from being able to feel these emotions at all.
Well, what are the underlying mechanisms?
The desire to reproduce with a fitting mate. In fact, the orcs have a very dry, rational view on this process, but for some reason humans, dwarves, and elves do not.
Love is more than just that.
Well, most people would agree with you, and I'm certain that in your subjective experience it is.
So, what you're saying is that you were never able to feel love, but then Lena came along and you did.
No, it was not that simple. What stood out in our relationship was that we connected. I've never felt that before. You see, Tahar, to me, the bonds people have always felt peculiar, and I am not like Iana. Her mind simply does not have the ability to feel these bonds anymore. She had them once, but then she lost them, as she became a dreamweaver. My brain is capable of feeling these things, but I am unable to connect with the outside world. I only have my own mind as a frame of reference. For example, when a person tells you yes, whereas he or she means no, you might be able to feel this discrepancy because you're able to empathize with her. I can't. To me, this person's distress would make no sense whatsoever. But then there was Lena. For some bizarre reason, she understood me and I understood her. Or at least, I thought that I did. It was as if this barrier, this shell that separates my mind from others, was pervious to her emotions. I know how strange it sounds, and I also have no explanation for why this was, yet it changed me.
I suspect I
All
know.
at once, I felt connected. Do you know this feeling, Tahar? You have traveled with these people for quite some time now. Is there anyone you were, well, fond of?
Yeah, what I'm guessing is Dreamweavers do the telepathy thing, and he fought a bunch of shit, and she knew that that wasn't the fact, so when she started learning this, she was like, mate, nah. No, that's a turban. I actually sold that. Nah, mate.
Not really. Why?
I see. Then you probably know how distracting such a feeling can be. To be honest, when I first became aware of that bond between Lena and me, I was horrified. I could not focus anymore, and when I sat down to write my studies, I realized after hours that none of what I had written made sense at all.
Maybe.
Your inability to relate to others, is it innate?
Yes. If it were not, I might have considered my sudden connection to Lena as a symbol of overcoming. But it was not. Even though I felt connected to Lena, I was still unable to feel the same way towards others. This is what deeply confused me.
Fucking aluminum.
What did Lena make of all that?
Nothing. Unlike me, she did not try to analyze, to understand its origin. At the same time, she did not discourage me from pondering. I believe this is what made our relationship unique. Complete acceptance. She did not try to tell me how I should behave or feel, and neither did I. Even when she decided to leave the guild and I decided to stay behind, we both accepted each other's decisions.
Alright, Alcobot.
Am I right to assume that your relationship ended with your disagreement over the Creators Guild abandoning its neutrality?
No, you misunderstand. We never had a relationship. Although the feelings were mutual and we, well, acted on them, we never felt the need to bind ourselves to some close-minded societal construct. But yes, you are correct. It was the disagreement that broke our bond. Quietly, she left and never returned again.
Do you feel, I don't know, betrayed?
Betrayed? No. By betrayal, people usually mean when someone behaves contrary to what they agreed on, or more often than not, as they would like that person to behave. I always found the word to be very misleading. Desires, wishes, and urges are natural things, and I always found the usage of such heavily judgmental words to be very childish. Elena did what she thought was right, and so did I. I have not and will never blame her for that.
What, so you didn't even argue? I have a hard time imagining that.
As I said, acceptance of one another's nature and decisions was a pivotal element in our interactions, though I did notice that my unwillingness to follow her on her mission caused her more emotional distress than she usually would have felt. You see, if there ever was a disharmony between us, it was when she tried to encourage me to embrace the world, as she put it. She told me that both I as a person and my studies would benefit from more first-hand experience.
Such as?
Well, anything. Traveling, studying the Tsarlanthep ruins first-handed, even visiting the city of Everlight every once in a while. She seemed to think that it could help me get a better understanding of the world. But again, she never tried to force me. I could tell that my unwillingness upset her, but, like always, she showed acceptance.
And you have no idea where she and the others are?
I don't. I have heard rumors that they were helping mages in Leonider, but that was moons ago.
How do you feel about this?
That is a good question. I still think about her, almost every day. But the more time passes, the more this entire episode starts to feel like a vague, distant dream, the way an elder must feel about youth. I do not know how I would feel if I ever saw her again.
I can imagine. Well, thank you for trusting me with this, Undergast.
You have nothing to thank me for. If this conversation helped you get a better picture of me, I'm glad we had it. But there is one more thing I would like to ask you, Tahar.
Tell me.
Do you have regrets? Do you ever feel as if you could and should have acted differently than you did act?
Not in this timeline, because I've loaded every decision I didn't want to ask.
Everybody has regrets.
That seems like a deliberately vague answer. It could indicate that you do have regrets, but it could also indicate that you do not have them. But I understand. If you do not want to share this with me, you do not have to. You see, I've never told you this, but I find your resilience to be remarkable.
How so?
Well, it is no secret that you have endured a lot of pain, especially your early childhood must have made a mark on your psyche. But still, you did not give up.
Well, I'm doing what I can.
I can see that. Either way, I think we have spent enough time talking. We should get back to the tasks at hand.
We should.
Standing naked by your
so
chair.
So long, Undergast.
Okay, so we have to advance more with him. We have 2 more people to talk to. Well, okay, so we're not going to get his thing right now. We can still spec him. Along with Lady here as well, so I'm wondering what the fuck to do with her. Doesn't have that many things that scale with her thing. That one, for example, we will of course take. Stuff down here is interesting, so we'll have a look at that. See what this is. I don't know what the range is for this. The Elvish Architect, we do have such a creature present. Hmm. Right, swell man. Six points, that's not a lot. I'm wondering if I should just get the heal with what's his face. And ignore it on her. Though she does need to regen this bullshit quite a lot. Her regen is much better than Teha's without anything at all. Well, it's because she's wearing shit that makes her regen better. What you see? Ah, yes. Strongness. This thing is actually not that great anymore. Damage wise, anyway. Is there a better hat for you to be wearing? Probably not anymore, no. Eating willpower, that thing that irritates me. Not sure about that. Someone here sold a pretty good bow, didn't they?
Will do.
Look. Just the attack speed armor.
Now would you look at that? Interesting.
It wasn't this asshole, was it?
Tandai Tahar. Come to trade?
Whip, whip.
Just what you need.
Not fucking really.
Come again. May Tiara
Let's
bless
see.
your path.
May Tiara.
Yes, yes.
Let me take a look at your designs.
Of course.
Yeah,
Take all
yeah.
the time you need.
Farewell.
What can I do for you today?
I want to equip the Wayfarers.
I had hoped as much. What do you need?
That guy sounds like he should be called Vince.
A fair offer.
And sell slap chops.
Yes.
Aye.
Now would you look at that?
Fine, man.
Looking for potions and scrolls? I'm sure I have just what you need.
I already bought the golem core, didn't I? Or did I? Now I have. He does. Have you seen the one where it's not him? Because that's a funny one. It's a channel that it also does some what's it called, Billy Mays voice asses. Sounds very silly. In short, honestly.
Pleasure doing business with you. Come again. I'm getting new wares by the next moon's turn.
He's running around with that fucking mace then. No one asked for. I think I might have accidentally sold it then. I say yard that. No, that is. Okay, what's this at? 300 something ananas. 300. 351. Why is that not changing? I say ass. Who the fuck knows? I think that might be the one, yeah. The one where he slaps the thing. Cure for glisten. Gross.
Yes, Corporal? How can I help?
I'm here for plot.
About you being an assassin. You said that you might be willing to tell me more about that at another time. How about now?
I'm still not certain. The question really is, do you want to know? It might change something.
Such as?
Your perception of me. It is your choice.
Well, I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Tell me.
All right. Where should I begin? Do you remember what I told you about that man who bought me from the Greyfell Bazaar? My owner? I also told you that after an incident, he discovered my talents and made me an assassin.
I remember. But what does that have to do with your morality?
It's complicated. The incident took place at a festivity. A lot of highly influential people were there. Servants of the crown, wealthy merchants, nobles. My master knew all of Greyfell's elites. As always, at these festivities, it was my and the other slaves' responsibility to ensure the guests' well-being. It must have been close to midnight when a man took me into his chambers. I'd learned to play along years ago because resisting only made it worse. This time, however, was different. For some reason, that man wanted me to tell him that I loved him. I did, but he kept on telling me that I should say it like I really mean it. When I couldn't, he got angrier and angrier and started choking me. I had almost lost consciousness when I felt something break. I don't know how else to put it. It was as if my mind simply cracked open, like a crystal ball smashed against a mirror. And all of a sudden, that man and I weren't separate entities anymore.
I don't follow.
My magic, my dreamweavery, that's when it broke free. You probably don't know this, but the only way to become a dreamweaver is by shattering your mind. You are opening yourself to the thoughts and emotions of others, but you lose your own.
Wait, Dreamweavers don't feel and think?
No, we do. But it's differently than normal people. Me, The Iana you're talking with is the result of long work and studying of human behavior. I know how to blend in, to seem like I'm just like you. But the world inside my head is an entirely different one. Again, it is almost impossible to put into words if you're not a Dreamweaver yourself.
What happened to the man?
I killed
Microsoft
him.
front page may...
It wasn't a conscious choice, looking back. I even think that shattering my mind was my body's way of ensuring survival. I closed my eyes, reached out for the man's mind, and just crushed it. The man gasped, lost balance, and fell right off the bed. He wasn't dead yet, but unable to move. Like a puppet rid of its strings. At first I was disoriented. But then I felt it, for the first time. The urge.
To kill him?
Yes. To massacre him. Hear his screams. To see his life taken by my hand. I grabbed a lantern that was standing on a bedside table and knelt over him, and... well, you can picture the rest. To get back to your original question, that urge, it stuck with me. I think that the moment when my mind shattered and I became a Dreamweaver was what unlocked it. Ever since then, I've found violence and bloodshed to be ecstatic. Erotic, even.
Gross.
And when I kill someone, like I killed that man, I feel alive.
Sexy.
Actually, it's one of the few times I am capable of feeling anything at all.
Huh. And this is why you became an assassin?
She says
Yes.
this as if caring.
My master introduced me into the craft. Probably because he knew that my Dreamweavery had changed me. I wasn't just a slave child anymore. I was a weapon now. More than that, even. I needed what these new tasks my master sent me on provided me with. It had become a basic need of mine. Of course, I briefly considered changing my profession after my master had his accident. But I didn't. Killing is something I need. As much as a child needs the love of his mother. If I don't feed my urge, I will die. Not physically.
Fully armored fuckmaster.
mentally.
Career ahead of you.
I just know this.
Fuck mistress, I guess. That's weird.
But is there no way to cure you? To return your mind to its original state?
No, there isn't.
Okay.
What about your victims? Don't you ever feel guilt?
Once again, Tahar, I do not feel emotions the way you do. Of course I wonder if I made a mistake, but my reflections are purely based on theory. But then again, I don't accept just any contract. The way Leonider described you, you were a monster in human disguise. And that's the first principle I try to live by. Criminals first. The second one is never kill a mother or a child, regardless of the pay.
What? No children? How noble.
There's no need for sarcasm. I know that my restrictions may seem ridiculous to you.
But what if you're wrong? If you kill an innocent?
That has happened before, and it will happen again. You see, I do not consider myself some kind of vigilante, some kind of judge. Ultimately, I know that I am what society would call a murderer, and that I do what I do for myself, above all else.
Alright then.
Well, that was definitely not what I was expecting.
I can imagine.
That's a lot to take in.
I know. Now, tell me, Tahar. Do you regret asking me this question? Knowing all this, do you think I'm a monster?
If I would have regret anything, we wouldn't be having this conversation because it would be in a different load.
I don't think you're a monster, no. But I can't understand how you can choose to give in.
As I said, it's a matter of survival. But I understand why you would feel this way. Anyway, I would like some time for myself now. I hope you understand.
Do we get our thing? Nah, okay, we need to talk to this Nobulus then. Robok, where are you? There he is.
Interesting.
Hey, what a mate.
So, I guess we have some talking to do, don't we?
You knew about my mother, didn't you? That's what you hinted at back at the forge, before we set out to the Eye.
Well, the answer is yes and no. I had suspicions, let us call it that. But they weren't enough to go on, and I had no idea your mother was connected to the Bloodburn.
You should have told me.
Is that so? And exactly what should I have told you? That I believe you might be the result of your father's experiments? That you're the offspring of some long-dead, forgotten race? Tell me, Tahar, what for? I mean, at best, you wouldn't have believed me. And at worst, it would have cost you your sanity. So no, I don't think I should have told you. I didn't know if these suspicions had any substance at all. And I would have been at great risk, especially back then when you were still part of the rebellion.
Well, if you tell me here in base and I go nuts, I would have gone nuts here in base instead of potentially on mission.
Where did these suspicions come from? Did my father tell you?
No. And he never found out that I knew. Your father... I don't need to tell you how meticulous he was, do I? That's why he always kept notes of his experiments and studies. I found one, a notebook. The story's actually quite simple. Your father had gone out to meet with Aeolot Iskander, and had tasked me with cleaning up his laboratory.
Really? He never let me into his laboratory.
I know. And he wasn't exactly trustworthy towards me, neither. But you know Asamo. His mood was never what you'd call stable. One day, he'd think the entire rebellion had schemed against him. The next day, he told us that we'd change the world. It was part of his charisma, I guess. Sometimes I think the reason why the Mage Rebellion became so big was less of Asamo's magical powers, rather than his ability to create emotions in his followers. But we digress. So I had found this small booklet on his table. It didn't look important in any way, yet I was immediately curious. I opened it and started reading.
What was in there?
His experiments in the Eye. The ancient woman, as he called her. Your creation, these waxwork figures which he tried to infuse with life. It was disturbing. And at the same time, fascinating, as you can imagine.
That book. Did it say anything about how this ritual worked? Andrew said something about how the Shapers conceive differently.
I don't think it can be compared to how two humans reproduce, if that's what you're thinking. But as for the details, I don't know. As I said, I barely had 1 hour. And I only got to the chapter about you in the very end.
Do you still have that book?
No, of course not. I couldn't even read through all of it, else your father would have noticed that I had done nothing of what he had tasked me with. And I have no idea where it is now.
I figured. So, why did he, well, create me? My mother said it was to gain access to the Archfire.
Yes, I think that was the main reason. Though I couldn't help but notice a certain, I don't know, warmth in his words when he described his plans.
Was there?
I know it sounds cynical, Tahar, but yes, there was. Still, I don't think you were just a tool to him. You weren't. Tell me, Tahar, knowing all that, how does it make you feel?
Marvelous.
Yes, I guess that was a stupid question. Either way, I think we both need some time to think. As I said, Tahar, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you earlier, but I simply didn't know what to do.
What a man. Regurniate focus. What an creature. Yeah, the guy voicing Tehoop is also very good at just flatly stating shit like that. I'm preaching, mate. Mate. I'm fucking great. Does this just do 15? Research all cooldown. Oj, mila ut det. This one is the painful. These sadly cannot be upgraded. Terrific, as Elijah Wood would gun. Sure, we like this black thing, the blackening. And his weird heal. And this thing. I'm casting the same 3 spells again. All in Terligans. I'm glad I cannot spell these up harder. There's, however, a reasonable amount of damage to be dealing. 7. What we got left? Wait, I say. Increase spell powers. It's too fiddly trying to use that shit. But that's pointless. His thingy is already too tall. Is this considered a healing ability? Who knows? What is he wearing currently? Need 5 will to wear that thing. That's with some bullshit, you all. Alright. So if I take this off, your clothes will fall off. Yeah. Damn. Oh. can find there. Give you a bunch of constitution, I suppose. Might as well get that. A lot of those are sort of pointless. Become swole. Well, that's him. Now I need to do her. Considering changing this man around as well. I can summon the big man now. Oh, that's the one we have, isn't it? Except it doesn't scale with us. Kinda. This thing is just garbage for some fucking reason. Oh, it's also because he's using an ustless weapon. That would not make it better. I'm bringing these. Talk to her. Still need to talk to dwarf mate. Actually, do we? I guess we still need her thing. Two decks. Wait, do you have anything negativing your things? That's odd. Why does this say 7 as if there's a plus? Alright, I see. Fucking sure, goddamn. Makes her a bit squishy. I never said I was smart. Very swell. She's wearing a hat she can't wear. What a dump ass. Her brain regen is awful. What the fuck am I doing? Oh well, that's all fucked up. Let's go through our campaign of fucking things up. Fuck up some more things. Let's go talk to dwarf mate, see if he can slap some shit together. Where the hell is that gonna take place then? Elsewhere. Let's go talk to Doner Kebab first. Get up in there, so that's as they say. Go in there, Tahar, you fucking... there.
To this day, the Shaper's magical and technological prowess...
Yes. Man immediately tries to leave. Dwarf mate. Can you sort your armor better, Mordred?
Let's see. Tahar, thank Nihalf you're awake. For a while I wasn't sure you'd make it. How do you feel? Out on the battlefield we didn't really get the chance to talk.
Could be worse.
Well, that's good to hear. It's a tragedy. The purity on the loose, with the power of the Archfire in the Harbinger's hands. Who could have seen that coming? For what it's worth, I'm sorry I had to go through this. I truly am.
I always have my doubts about Lacane. Only I didn't expect this to happen.
I figure.
Be that as it may, all that matters now is that we stop him. What about you, Iskrim? I doubt whatever bargain you struck with Lacane still stands. You're still here. So I guess you aren't planning on leaving.
Me? No, of course not. Where would I go, Tahar? There's no way of knowing what the Purity would do if they caught me. He wanted to kill you, so maybe Lacane doesn't want to leave any witnesses. Not to mention that we're still in the ancient Shaper city, full of marvels waiting to be discovered.
This isn't a game, Iskrim. We're at war.
I know, Tahar. And I will do all I can to help you end it. There's, one more thing I wanted to ask you. It's about your mother. About Andra.
Ask.
I'm not sure how to say this, but she was a Shaper. A living Shaper.
Don't talk about her as if she's already dead. Lacane only trapped her.
Of course. Sorry, I meant no offense. See, Tahar, all tragedy aside, you have to understand how fascinating this is. A Shaper who survived through the Aeons. And as if that weren't enough, you even turn out to be related. I have so many questions, Tahar, so many questions. Iria said at the moment Andra and you melded, she made you see something. Fragments of her past. Now, I can't help but wonder, what was it? Did you see Mullendir in all its former glory?
I didn't see anything. It's more like I suddenly have that sense of familiarity. Especially here.
But that's even more exciting. She must have transferred some of her memories onto you. I wonder if that's part of this melding ritual. Look, Tahar, I'm not sure how to say this, but how would you feel about it if I examine her? There's so much we could learn from her, even if her mind has left her body.
What do you mean by examine? We're not talking about a dissection, are we?
What? No, of course not.
Why? What are you hoping to gain from that?
You mean apart from being able to examine the body of a living Shaper? There's much we could learn. Maybe we could even find something that helps us fight Lacane.
If you really think it helps. All right. Do it.
You really just said that. By Nihalf, thank you. I'll talk to Undergast as soon as possible. His knowledge will be a great help. It'll be a while before we can start, but we'll do it as soon as possible.
Now,
yeah, do you need something? I'm a tad busy.
Don't snark.
Goodbye.
No new armor bits. Oh well.
Will do.
We're very lacking in the weapon department on us and her. Under Steel Blasters doesn't really use one, so. Yeah, so I'm wondering, do I talk to them now about things, or do I talk to them later about things? Because I don't know if the finding an army is just a thing that sort of flat ways to our objective. Okay, let's see if this spins
next?
the thing.
Understood.
Food. What?
Yes?
Tahar, ready to discuss the next steps?
There's just one thing I still can't wrap my head around. How did Lacane become so powerful? How could he rally so many people behind him?
The big question, isn't it? In the end, I think it boils down to the fact that he poured salt into the wounds the Mage Wars had left in Northander. You see, it's not hard to rally people behind you if they are desperate enough. He just gave them a simple answer to a complex question. And the people believed him. Though I don't consider him a pragmatist, he really believes in what he says, that Aeonir will return once mankind has repented. Which worries me even more. There's nothing more dangerous than fanaticism, fueled by magical power. Your father is the best example.
I want to talk about Sentenza. His death.
Well, what is there to say? As I heard the story, he didn't leave you much choice.
So you're not angry?
For you defending your life? No. I never understood why he was so obsessed with hunting you down to begin with.
But he was acting on your orders.
Well, yes, strictly spoken, he was. You were a traitor. Or at least, that's what we thought back then. That witch hunt in Iskander, the battle at the Eye, that was his choice.
Yeah.
Why? Why did he want me dead so badly?
Well, I can only guess. But to me, it seemed as if he felt as if you had, I don't know, betrayed him. He always spoke highly of you. Did you know that? At times, it almost felt as if he considered you his own kin.
I thought so.
You see, Tahar, in the end, both he and I are men born from war. Seeing people die at your command, hearing the widows and the orphans cry as a result of your choices, it changes you. You need to find a way to deal with it. And Sentenza did so by shutting off his emotions entirely. Or, at least, to the outside. But in the end, he always did what he thought was best for Northander. He saw the Harbinger's true face, even before he revealed it. And I brushed it off as his usual distrust towards anyone, which was, as you know, a fatal mistake. And who knows, maybe if I had listened, it would never have come to this.
Without the Harbinger, I'd be dead.
That's true. But this discussion isn't leading us anywhere, Tahar.
You didn't tell me yet. How exactly did you get here? Weren't you in Greyfell when the Harbinger took over?
No, I wasn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. But we were on our way back the night it happened. As you can imagine, it was a hard choice to make. But eventually, I left my pride behind and realized attacking Greykeep with the little division I was traveling with would have been suicide.
So you fled?
We retreated. The rest is simple. We went to Iskander because we had heard the rumors about your army. There, we met one of your scouts, and then the Elven woman, Iria of Finon Mir.
Oh, she decided to let you in?
Correct. You know the rest. Your people were a bit distrustful at first, and I don't blame them. After all, they'd been fighting the Royal Army not too long ago. But eventually, they realized that we were on the same side.
For what it's worth, I'm glad to have the Lord Marshal of the Royal Army in our ranks.
Well, right now, I doubt if I still deserve to bear that title. Half of the Royal Army is gone, and I'm to blame. But I appreciate the sentiment.
All right, let's discuss what comes next. I'll go get the others.
Good.
Good. Now that you're all here, I'd like to plan how we proceed. As...
Tahar, I think you should allow yourself some more rest. You were in a coma for more than a month, and we still don't know what that melding actually did to you.
Isn't it obvious? It made him more powerful.
Yeah, but where does that power come from? What effect does it have on the human body or the psyche? We don't know.
It doesn't matter if I'm all right or not. We can't waste any more time.
Fine. Then go on.
Thank you. So, our objective is clear. We need to defeat the Purity of Light and save my mother. Angar, am I right to assume that Lacane made Greykeep his new base of operations?
Correct. It's the center of his power, which is both good and bad. It's bad because Greyfell was built to withstand any kind of ambush.
And why is it good?
Because it also means if we succeed and reconquer Greyfell, we'll cut off the snake's head. Once we kill Lacane, the Purity will fall. However, there's no point in fooling ourselves. That battle for Greyfell will be bloody, and if we want to have even the slightest chance of winning, we need to join the remaining houses.
Ultran, Hallet, and Wulfgar.
Yes. If we put this army together with theirs, we might stand a chance. Also, you should see if you can strengthen the alliances you already have, Tahar. I have a plan regarding that, so we can talk further once this meeting has been concluded.
So do I.
All right. So where do we start?
It's up to you. But before we can even think about arranging a conclave between the houses, we need to break that spell the Harbinger put on my sister Myra. Isgrim, any ideas?
Actually it should be simple. We need to find the one controlling her, take the rune and, well, destroy it in the forge.
And who is controlling her? What if it's the Harbinger himself?
I doubt it. The manipulator has to be physically close to his subject, so it'll most likely be someone in Lady Myra's army. But your rune will react to another rune's presence, so once that person is near, you'll feel it.
Good. Then I have a plan. The Harbinger has taken up position in Iskander, between the Utran and the Everlight border. You know that place, Tahar. It's where your father started his rebellion, and where Sentenza almost captured you.
The Loyalist camp. So what's your plan?
We strike in full force and take the castle. He'll be forced to initiate a counterattack, and my sister's armies, the Utran army, will be the closest ones at hand.
A bait.
Yes. We hold the castle against the main army, whereas you, Tahar, and a small troop get behind enemy lines. You find the rune carrier and strike from the shadows. Obviously, you'll have to act quick. We can't hold against the entire Utran army forever.
What if killing the rune carrier won't break the mind control?
We'll just have to hope that doesn't happen.
All right. So we take over the castle, wait for the Utran armies to cross the border, sneak behind their lines, and eliminate the rune carrier. And once Lady Myra is freed, we will try to gain the support of House Hallett and House Wulfgar.
Yes, though we'll need to take care of something else before that. But let's discuss this when the time comes.
Agreed. One more thing. This will be dangerous, and our original mission has been completed. In other words, if any of you are thinking of leaving, now is the time. Well, then we best get prepared now. I'll tell you when we head out.
Understood. Tahar, I'd also like to talk with you if you have a moment.
Again?
Corporal Tahar. A word, if you will?
Who are you?
Private Miller, Corporal. I'm from the Royal Army and came here with the Lord Marshal. We've captured someone who we suspect belongs to the Purity. He was seen in the deserted village outside this city.
I suspect.
And he looks suspicious. He claims to be a simple courier sent to deliver a message to you. But we didn't want to take any risks. He's outside, near the entrance to the caves.
I see. Thank you, soldier. Dismissed.
Corporal?
The Gumsol. The fucking masteries, mate. Yeah, I think we missed that one. In the eye. Okay, let's go have a look at the Olive Messenger. That's outways, isn't it? I go do Reese while we go there. Oh, here he comes. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. We need a good weapon for him. They flick Boyce's floppy little ears. Kiddo.
Yes.
Ayo. Doesn't look like Bertrand.
What's next?
I'm here to interrogate and fart at regular intervals.
Oh, great. Another one. How often do you want me to tell you? I'm not a spy, and I'm not with Purity.
Wait! You're their leader, aren't you? Corporal Tahar.
Yes?
Well, then maybe you can tell these fools to let me go. Blazes, I knew it was stupid to take that job.
So, who are you? And what were you doing in Farland's Hope?
As I told this bloody brute who captured me, I'm just a courier, and someone paid me to deliver a message to a Corporal Tahar. I had no idea it was the Corporal Tahar, and had I known, I would have told that guy who gave me the job to sod off.
Who was it?
Well, he was wearing a hood, so he obviously didn't want to be recognized, but he had a brown beard, was about your height, and had...
Bertrand.
I don't know how to put it, a certain sadness in his eyes.
But he didn't look dangerous and paid good coin, so I took it.
Can I see this message?
Oh, finally, someone who asks. Yes, it's in my coat pocket, and no, there's no poison in there to kill you.
Let me see. A meeting in Everlight. From a friend.
A friend, you see? Can I go now?
Yes. Go.
Thank you, Corporal. Thank you. Now, don't get me wrong, but I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Do you think your guards will let me through?
They will. Stay safe.
I'll try.
I'm gonna have a talk to Everlight man. Might go back to the eye just to get... I think we missed a plate down in the lab. Not that we're using the dwarf much, we might though. Can't travel back there. Oh, me louter. Look at him just sitting there naked, man. Sure. Join me.
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there. Though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage Wars.
Why is this bullshit there? Bet I'm going to see Bertrand when I... Go away, stupid text box. Oh, it is! What a fine man. Fuck, I'm going the wrong way.
Beloved, goodbye.
Finally.
Yes?
Man bellows from across the ass.
Tahar, over here!
Bertrand, what? Did you send the message?
Well, otherwise I wouldn't be here, would I? And no, this isn't an ambush. The Harbinger doesn't know I'm here, and if he found out, well, it would get unpleasant. Look, Tahar, I don't know where to begin. I'm so sorry for what Lacane did. Taking your mother, trying to kill you? It's horrible.
Did you know?
No, I didn't. He always spoke very highly of you, even though you were a mage. I don't think anyone within the Purity knew the bigger picture. But now that I do, it makes sense. He needs the power of the Shaper Woman to open the gate. I just don't understand why he would try to kill you. By guiding the Harbinger to the Shaper Woman and ending the Bloodburn, you serve the All-Father, just as he foresaw it.
Well, he also foresaw himself killing me. Then why are you here? Have you broken ties with the Purity?
What? No, of course not. I'm here because I'm worried about you. I know what you are planning to do, taking back Greyfell. You can't win this, Tahar, and all you will achieve is cause even more suffering. Aeonir will return. It's a divine plan, and it is the Purity's responsibility to see it through. The longer you struggle, the more bloodshed you will cause.
We will cause? We aren't the ones hunting down mages, conquering cities, and forcing our faith down other people's throats.
Blazes, Tahar! Do you really think this is easy for me? I know we were forced to do some things you might have trouble understanding, but it is for the greater good. As the Harbinger once said, this world, it's like an ulcer, a cancerous growth. The only way to change it is by cutting off the ulcer, and that is always painful. So yes, I know there are people who might consider us evil, but that's because they don't see the bigger picture. They don't see the beauty that lies ahead if only we cleanse this world and open the gates. In 100 years from now, we will be remembered as pioneers, as heroes, whereas you will be the ones who stood in the way of change, only because you refused to see the truth.
Poor Bertrand.
I don't know what to say, Bertrand.
I didn't expect you to.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but there is no solution. The Harbinger attacked Mullendir, and his intent is to hunt down every single mage on Io. We have no choice.
You do. You could run.
What?
I said you could run. You and your friends. Disband your army, go into hiding, conceal your magic until it is all over and the All-Father has returned. The waves will calm. I just know it. Then you will see that we were right, and no one else needs to die.
Apart from the ones who refuse to give up, or who are unlucky enough to be hunted down by your Lightbringers.
They could do the same, and if only they had a hint of reason, they would. Only a fool tries to fight the troll with a sword made of wood.
What would the Harbinger do if I told him of this meeting?
You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't stab someone in the back who tried to help you.
I can't, Bertrand. I don't get how you don't see this, but the Purity is a threat for all of Io. I can't and won't let them murder more people.
Well, I had a feeling you would say that. Then it seems the only way to settle this is more bloodshed. I never imagined it would ever come to that, you know? And I hope it hadn't.
Hey, we dinged, nice.
Yes.
Goodbye, Bertrand. I'm sorry, Hustlers. Oh fuck, more points. Where do I even insert them? Fucking...
Let's see.
Armors, shields, everything from copper daggers to moon silver swords.
You sell horse shit.
Good choice.
Thanks. Selling naught but piss. What was I? I was gonna give this guy a stat so he wasn't ustless. I think it was the stat of strongness. Have ustless ability.
So, what's the plan?
Have more regurgitation. Regurgitation. Sure. To the moon. Actually, back to Mullen it. God damn it. A lot of loading screens here today. Go there. Can't go there. Nothing go directly to the weird ass island. No. What's that up there? Looks cool. Wonder how much of this fucking map you actually get to go to. It feels like we're sort of nearing the end. We're in the last half or third or something. Gore, you have to tell me how to upbuild the orcs. Let's go talk to Gore about this. So let's talk to her first, since she's right there.
What do we need? Yes.
Burgle, you're a fine man.
Yes, yes. Looking for some orcish craftsmanship?
Yes, yes. Alright, Solben, I thought you went to bed. A good double Mace of Restoration. Just to see what it's like. Additional heavy white damage. Damn. Damn, that's a DPS on that boy there as well. Scales with dexterity. Huh. It's pretty fucking cheap. I might just get it. Fuck. So that's still 351. What happens if I... Slightly more. Well, I'm thinking the guys we have to fight now probably are pretty... What about this then? It's about the same. Yeah, I think it needs to be 2-assed. The other ass we're bringing, I guess. Ass with that.
Interesting.
Good man, Burgle. Berghole.
Let's see.
Yep.
Now would you look at that?
Dwarf, sell me something that's not useless. Yeah, there's been a lot of exposition.
Yes, come closer. I'm sure
Very
I have
heavy,
just what you
dumped
need.
right into our teats. $15 is probably the biggest man I've seen so far. I'm gonna save and try and buy that thing.
Come again.
Just to
May
see how it
Tiara
affects
bless
our
your
bullshit. So it's 351
Axes,
right now.
daggers, swords, everything for the wary traveler.
I'm gonna get this motherfucker.
Farewell.
Well, that's one way to hold that. It's actually not that much better. Which is weird to me.
Ah, Tahar. Good of you to come by.
Sure. You wanted to talk?
Yes. I'll be brief. While you were asleep, an elven messenger came by. Varden Merilith, one of the Moorhere scryers from Leafshade, sent him.
Merilith? What did he want?
Only that he needed your help. They, that is, he and a couple of his followers, seem to be somewhere deep in the Leafshade jungle, near the Halayish ruins.
The old Hibernian city. But what do they want there? That's dangerous.
I don't know, Tahar. We will need to find out.
Do we really have time for this?
40k
That
worth
is
of
something you
Warhammer
will need to
gear.
decide. But if we don't help, it might cause unrest within the Moorhere, who are fighting for us.
All right. We might look into this.
We should. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Tahar?
I don't know, is there?
Yes, Corporal? How can I help?
Goodbye.
That lady went a bit weird on us. She's like, I don't feel anything except sexual lust when I murder things. And we were all okay. While slowly edging towards the exit. So we're now speaking to the guy we sided with previously. We were there.
What is it?
I would like to train.
Well, if you have the coin, I might be able to help. Let's see.
A cure for darkness. I feel like they missed out on an opportunity to make that that potion look like a light bulb.
What do we need?
Yeah. I mean, imagine dating something like that. Someone like that. It's like, okay, we can fuck once, but I have to kill you.
Tahar. Come to trade?
Not fun otherwise. Get some of that murder humping. And you're just all like, mate.
Pleasure doing business with you. Come again.
Interesting.
I'm getting new
Thanks,
wares by the
pisshead.
Yes, yes.
Let me take a look at your designs.
Of course.
Okay.
Take all the time you need.
Might spark your interest.
Cost reduction for everything. Might get the cost reduction for the farm and the stoneworks and the logging cabin. That's a lot of money. God damn, I'm not fucking made of money. I'm actually running out of money now.
Now would you look at that?
Know how to bargain.
What can I do
put a
for
bunch
you
of
today?
stuff in my fucking thing.
I had hoped as much. What
And
do
I
you
go,
need?
I don't want to buy this after all. And he's all like, oh, man, what a dealer. Yeah, we tried this one, the sort of, that's the one we just tried. I cannot be stunned, and light blocking bullshit is actually pretty fucking nice. Do we
A
have
fair
anyone
offer.
who's wearing that? You, yeah, I might put that on Tabar. Sorry. You can have the weakened one then. A listening reflector. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think you'd have much choice there, Loretta. You'd just be like, oh fuck, I'm dead. And fucked. I got laid. But I'm also dead. How am I to feel about any of this? Aye. Right, let's go to the bullshit ruins and talk to mate. Well, obviously not right away. I mean, she says she feels pleasure while killing, and if she just bitten someone absolutely immediately, it'd be some sort of one pump jump or whatever it's called. Corrupted hearts. Oh, we're not choosing an RTS pile of men. Oh well. This saddens me. I'll go fart in my golden armor.
When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Halayish, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the story of its creation may dampen an explorer's enthusiasm. Like most Hibernian cities, it was built on the backs of slaves.
Look, up ahead. I think that's them.
Not saying you are wrong, but maybe now wasn't the best time to cause turmoil among your people, don't you think?
There was no way I could have known this would happen.
Maybe not. Maybe you could have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Seems your allies have arrived. You're Tahar, aren't you? Silverhand is pleased to meet you.
Careful, Tahar. This man's aura is overwhelming.
It is indeed, but that doesn't mean he wants to harm you.
I'm farting everywhere.
What was that? Did you just...
Send you a message. Yes, he is a dream weaver. But don't worry, it doesn't mean that he can read your thoughts.
You don't even have a
All
portrait.
he can do is transfer them to you, and only if you're close by.
Ah, this is mind control man, so he's probably controlling some elves somewhere.
He? Him. Silverhand. The man you were talking to.
Okay. Who are you?
Just call him Silverhand. Most people do. He's a friend of the elves, you might say. Particularly of the brown blood Moorhere kind. And he's here because his friend Varden Merilith told him they had gotten themselves into trouble. Once again. Arlen Finrior, the first scryer of Lathwen, has disappeared.
No, also here.
Ran off. I think that's a better way to put it. But let's talk in the outpost. Follow me.
Actually, I need to... I also need to sort my abilities out. You tell him, Davins.
All right. So, where do we begin?
Cover.
The corruption hit again, harder than before.
But why? We cleaned the pools, didn't we?
You did, yes. But as it turns out, that was only temporary. After you left, the corruption came back with a vengeance. So far, we have lost over a dozen hunters to it. Then, one night, Arlen Finrior ran off, just like that.
Why?
Well, he left a note. To cure the corruption.
There's more to it, though. Silverhand hasn't told Varden yet, but he can feel it.
I see. So you're here to find Arlen, is that it? And that's what you need our help for?
Yes. Despite Silverhand and his mages, the jungle turns out far more perilous than anticipated. There's corrupted, there's those beasts, and there's purity, as they like to style themselves. Silverhand would call them self-important blockheads.
So what do you need us to do?
The same you did in Leafshade. Find the cause of the corruption and end it. And of course, find Arlen if he's still alive. If we don't settle that matter, we don't have a choice but order the troops we provided you with back to us.
Not to mention that the corruption might spread, which, after this land just lived through the Bloodburn, would be an unfortunate development indeed.
I fought a lot, yeah. I connected with my mother and have gotten some pretty volatile IBS as a result.
Any idea what the Purity is doing here?
None. They seem to be peaceful, as far as that can ever be said about them. Maybe you'll find out.
All right. I'll scout the jungle for traces of Arlen and the source of the corruption. You stay here and make sure your camp is safe.
Good to hear. Thank you, Tahar. I mean it. We'll hold our position.
Though Silverhand might reach out to you every now and then. We shall see.
Fair enough. Stay safe.
Yeah, don't control him. Oh, thank fuck. Okay,
Yes. Corporal?
That way?
Okay, I need to arrange abilities here. I forgot to do that. You're fine. You not so much. You need your restore up top. Your ricochet right there, and your dead eyes there. You need your Paradiox up there. Your Farty where it is, and your Miss Mima's lands there. Okay, there you go. We're fine now. What's my crit chance with this asshole around? A lot. Okay, that's good.
You have my attention.
Right, I'm basically here to kill and loot everything, so I hope these guys are aware of that. And activate this fucking thing. You didn't let me boggle them.
So, that man can talk in our thoughts?
So it seems. He's a dreamweaver, like Iana.
Well, I'm glad she doesn't do this often.
Should have brought her. I wonder if he also needs to murder fuck.
Sounds like a plan.
Protocol like that is never off. We binned Geralt earlier.
Sure.
Aha!
You read my mind.
What's this now?
Tiara's breath. That thing is strong. I think we'll need troops to defeat it.
Nonsense.
It's over already.
Got it.
Drops nothing. Hey, 11. Aww. Hunter's Dangler. Why is this thing shit? Does a lot of damage types though. Can't live on that thing forever. Almost rivals it, but that thing's got so many goddamn effects on it. It's a yard dime, I say. As long as no asshole comes along, cast snake, I'm okay.
What do you want?
Fine.
I think I may have eaten that guy.
You got it.
Understood.
My farty periodically eats people. As is the way of these things. Hi, automate. A gum salt.
They will fall.
Not now.
Let me know what you need.
Yes, now Tahar. Well, I guess they already became died, but
Sounds like a plan.
other than that,
Will do.
sneaky ruin in there. Like the kind Lara Croft would frequent. Helmet of Revitalization. Nice. I have Helmet of less cool. Fuck.
Blazes. That's a lot of them.
No, it isn't.
Tahar, Silverhand has felt something shift. What's happening?
Abominations. Help us.
What? You're fine, Tahar. What the hell? Why are you calling people to go in?
Tiara's breath. That
No,
was
it wasn't.
close.
They appear to be coming from the south. Maybe that is where we should look for the corruption then.
That was nowhere near close. You just went in there, it calculated, and everything. Yeah, I think it's because we've leveled his brain because we had nothing else to put points in. So now he understands the situation around him a little better. Well, it's actually inverse because before he wasn't scared, but probably should have been. Now there's
As you want.
very little can actually touch him, and he's gotten scaredly. Which of course means he's a fucking useless prick. Oxen Tabar.
That way?
At least he's not called Daddy Tato or something. Oh. Is this Bane? Is that an orc sword? Look at that waddle.
Raids. Did you see that?
The fog killed them. Could that be?
The center of the corruption. Yes, it could be. It emanates the same magical signatures as the pools in Leafshade.
Then this must be where it started. The wind must have spread it all the way to Lithuania. That's interesting.
You think that's
Tahar,
funny?
Silverhand just sensed something. Death. Are you all right?
I am.
Yeah.
We found the source of the corruption. At least, I think so. We'll head back to your camp now.
Oh, excellent.
Was that Silverhand?
It was.
Wait a minute, Silverhand, you prick. You said you can't read our mind. Then how can we send messages to you? Oh, you sly bugger. If it was the way you claimed, then it would only be one way, you fucking slag. We should have seen Tahar earlier. He was in bed and not very well. Then he decided to get out of bed, but he breakdanced out of it. Yeah, Tahar's sending fart signals. Everyone in his party's like, tank it. Will I die, or is the farty imperviousnable? I'm perfectly fine. Okay, maybe I'm not so fine.
I need help. Killed one of our heroes.
Good thinking.
Healing.
There's the squire.
Damn
Fucking.
it! I need healing.
What's next?
His mate doesn't want to
Whatever's
talk.
necessary.
Elves are here. What are you doing? Okay, maybe a load. Was that Tahar that's angry? Oh, it is.
Huh?
Other mate did not give a fucking shit. Why do you not give a shit? Go in there and help them. If you're that non-arsed
your
about
feet,
the party.
We're not done yet.
Don't you mean fartiant?
Healing.
On your
Get
feet,
out of there
as you
before you
want.
get
We're
They
binged.
not done
killed one of our heroes.
Maybe I should just load.
When the sun
Old Halibust. I'm surprised to see Tahar bin so quickly in there. And again, he doesn't really have any regen that doesn't come from eating dead things.
shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Halayet.
I like how I'm not
As you
supposed to survive that, so the guy in there will just not interact with me. He's just like, fuck, you're not supposed to be here, I'm just gonna pretend Tahar doesn't exist.
Yes, of course.
This is Golden Arse actual. Silvermane, do you copy?
Understood.
I think the party just did a bunch of damage, and it's only the two guys with the most thingy that actually could tank it to any degree.
Just give the word.
Yes.
I guess maybe. This one become an aura. I think so.
Yes?
What the hell is Silverhand? There you are.
Interesting.
Silverhand said you found the cause of the corruption. Is that true?
I think so. There's a thick, reddish mist spreading all across the middle of the jungle. It kills whoever walks into it.
Any sign of Arlen?
I'm afraid not.
Yeah, he's on
But
the
we
other
saw
side,
purity in the jungle.
hanging out.
They seem to be oblivious to what the mist does.
Silverhand sees. Well, they are not our priority right now. The purity will be dealt with once we've cleared the corruption. Be that as it may, it seems they are not getting anywhere without clearing up that mist.
Maybe there's something you and your winter mages could do about it?
No. No, Silverhand cannot. But he thinks there's someone who can.
You don't sound too happy about it.
Yes, well, he is a complicated character, and that's putting it mildly. He's a priest of Nor.
A dark elf?
Yes, but save for him, Silverhand can't think of anybody who could help us otherwise. You'll need to find him and bring him here. He lives in the old monastery.
Turns out that all the Farthi actually just is Tahar.
The old monastery. What's that?
You don't know. It was once an old cloister devoted to the Guardians, but it burnt down in the War of the Six Races.
Indeed,
It's deserted now, save for a few pilgrims and devoted priests who still live there.
Huh. So I'm guessing you want me to go there and convince that seer to come here.
Wraith. His name is Wraith. But yes, that is what he would ask you to do. Silverhand knows you've traveled far already, but unless you know another way to deal with that mist, Wraith seems to be our only option.
All right, I'll try. Yes?
It was What's Her Face that came to us with this. Maybe we should have brought her.
You read my mind.
I like to use abilities on people, but they get auto-attacked to die before I can do anything. Damn it, man. I'm just trying to functionate. I see Tahar's cleaning up. His farty eats corpses. So that's pretty nice. The gum sob.
Alright, here goes nothing.
Fuck is that thing? So much weird shit hanging out here.
I just don't get it. Why don't we simply crush those damn elves? They're heretics anyway.
We're already fighting all of Nortander and the orcs. Making the elves a direct enemy wouldn't be smart.
Probably.
I fight the battle.
Ah, well. Let's just find this goddamn artifact and get out of this bloody jungle.
Yes. Wait. Do you see that?
Run!
What was that happening? Up ahead?
Fine.
Oh, here's the camp. Hey.
Everything has an end.
Like the DK song goes, everything has an ending, and Earthworm has too.
Not now.
Yeah, he just went weird. Where those Foxicle run off to? Ah well, fuck. Let's go in there. Let's not put the plot off. We'll go talk to this flatulist. Speaking of, where's Rust? Why do you know so much German if you're Swedish? We were forced to learn that because we bordered them. You should get like Finnish or something.
Once an imposing monument to the Guardians, the old monastery was destroyed by a tribe of orcs during the War of the Six Races. Though plans to restore it to its former glory have been voiced by the Crown ever since, it remains a ruin to this day. Instead, every Guardian's clergy pledged to send one priest to the monastery to tend to the pilgrims who still travel there in search of serenity, or sometimes a miracle.
Okay, according to the map, the old monastery should be up ahead. We need to find this wraith, and we need to do it fast. Who knows how fast this corrupted fog will spread.
I couldn't agree more.
He says, all the while farting. There's this weird gas following us, goddamn. Where the hell does it come from? Goddamn. He says, ripping ass as he goes.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Now would you
In
look
kindergarten. Why did they teach that in kindergarten?
A fine plan.
The alemates.
As you want.
I think I've had 6 years of it or something. I did not pass. Failed to.
Tihar's breath! Help!
Yes, of course.
You'll have to wait.
Flatulence arrives.
Let's see.
Eats the corpses immediately as they fall.
By the Guardians. Thank you. That was a bloody close call. You certainly aren't a priest. Are you a pilgrim?
Not really.
Oh. Then what brings you here? Not the best time to
Not
travel across
really.
EO, I'm afraid.
I'm looking for a dark elven priest. Any idea where he could be?
Ah, yes, that Wraith fellow. He's south of the old monastery. But a word of warning, he's not the most talkative of folks.
I see. Thanks.
It's the least I can do. Anything else?
Well, it's not so much that, it's more the way it's presented in DK. We would get German tourists as well that would refuse to speak anything but German. We all learn English, so we should be able to meet halfway at least. It's not like we force German men to speak our language. We just do English and talk, but nah. And it doesn't help that all the textbooks we had were back from the, what, 60s, 50s or something. So it's mostly about how they invaded the shit out of us. So yeah, so you might understand how this would put the put a young man in stubborn mode.
What were you doing all the way out here?
Me? Oh, just plucking berries for today's meal. Lately, the wildlife has gone pretty crazy, though. I wonder if that has anything to do with this blood burn everybody was talking about a moon ago.
So yeah, it was weird. It was like, learn this language because the people that so far the only exposure you've had to is these books that said that they invaded you and had Satan and made a wall and are rude when they're tourists. And then you go no. Which is a very, very country, small
That's
world
all.
opinion.
Thanks for your help.
You're
But
welcome, child.
That was how
May
it was.
Hiran's winds carry you swiftly.
Corporal? Fine.
Ahead of knowing things. Spell cooldown, yos. Well, you could technically wear that,
Yes?
but you'd be able to see not much so longer. It's only 20 less ass, wasn't it? You can't actually.
You have my attention.
You would be able to. The cooldowns are minimal anyway.
I'm ready.
I like how he has a cooldown hat, but doesn't actually cool down. Have a cheaper hat, you knob.
Just give the word.
A fine plan.
What do you want?
Hello, man with name. Well, it's more when you hate everything about it, and you're forced to learn it, and none of your teachers can explain to a young kid in fucking grade school why do you need to learn this language because so then you can speak to the Germans. But we already learned English. Why can't they? They don't want to. Okay.
I will do as I must.
It was also back when you were not allowed to use calculators and shit in school. It had sort of... It would assume that you would not go very far or do anything internationally because that was the way it was back then, so you would learn only how to interact with things in your immediate vicinity, which was the German border, so we were more likely to trade with them. The Swedes and the Norwegians we understood anyway, so that wasn't a problem, but doing business meant learning German usually. Also if you work in the service industry, because you would get German tourists showing up that did not speak a lick of the old English.
Okay, I don't think we have a choice. Let's take a look at Wraith's shack.
Well, you have to have motivation to cram the language into your face as well. And not just that stubborn, I can do it, I want to do it motivation, where you just spend half your concentration kicking yourself in the arse about learning it. You have to, like, all the cool media was in English back then. There wasn't anything. DK didn't do any real entertainment at all of any kind. So, if you wanted to watch movies or cartoons or anything like that, you'd have to England. Play games, England. Yeah. I think I got dial-up when I was 19.
Yes, of course.
Like, the school I grew up, I went to when I was a kid, was out in the country, and all the material was 5 million years old, as well as the attitude of the teachers, so... Yeah. Sit there with your little chalk tablet, blackboard tablet, write on that, do your numbers, learn your tables, memorize everything. Pen and paper, only thing you need. Well, it helps having a little basis for...
A fine plan.
A little basis for using it in the old real life. Like, we got German TV as well, and it was just the cartoons we watched in English anyway, translated to German because the...
Yes?
Another traveler. Did you also come for Nathaniel and his holy water? If so, don't even bother. He's a charlatan.
Huh?
Ah, then... never mind.
No. Wait. You people look like
another
you
Henry.
Can defend yourselves, right?
Why? What happened to you?
The short version? My father heard stories about a holy priest of Tiara who sells holy water from a holy fountain that can apparently cure my disability.
Son, it wasn't that simple.
As it turned out, that holy priest was a charlatan.
What's he called again? Holy
we paid
something.
Most of our savings for his cleansing water, and of course it didn't do anything. Now we're broke. That is, unless you could help us.
This is not their responsibility, Henry. Thank you for listening, but we should go now.
Wait, tell me more.
But what? Would you rather come back to Mother without a single sodding coin in your pocket? Let that fucking bastard get away?
Watch your language,
Crabs.
son. Whatever happened, we are on holy grounds here.
Yes, Father. I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I would see that as problem automate. That's like there's no real. There has to be a draw to learn the a language, and if everything is served to you in your ass language, like DK has 5 million people, so there are so many things we just don't make ourselves, or didn't at least back then. So any form of entertainment, media, music, all sorts of shit, it would be in other languages. So you'd either live in this tiny little bubble, this little tiny world that is the 5 million people that speak DK, or you try to understand some of this weird shit from the outside, and that's then it's interesting to learn the language. I didn't give a shit about class. It was more these things I can use when I get home and try to understand fucking things, and then when because you fuck around with your games and your shit, get a vocabulary that's a bit beyond the class, your teacher will get his little red pen out and mark some perfectly valid English words because he didn't know them and didn't bother to use a dictionary. Arrogant prick. Went to jail and died in that order. I'm not bitter.
What's wrong with Henry?
Oh, he has the palsy. He was never able to walk or do any physical labor. Since then, my wife and I have tried everything to cure him, but it didn't work. Though that, of course, doesn't mean we've given up.
Actually, I think it will be better. It's just the way I am, and no amount of holy water and sermons is going to change that.
Come on, Henry, don't say that. The moment you surrender is the moment you lose, as Neathalf always says.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I think what motivates a lot of people that have a first language that's pretty common to learn a second language is usually some form of getting laid. Either being the cool person who speaks what is considered an exotic language, or going somewhere on some weird sex vacation and autoerotically asphyxiate yourself in a Taiwanese closet and then accidentally die so you can't be drunk in movies anymore.
Why don't you talk to this priest instead?
Well, I don't know. I guess because you can call me many things, but not imposing. I'm an architect, not a warrior like you. Also, it's just a pouch of coin. He tried his best, so did we, and it didn't work. That's just the way the world works sometimes.
Yeah, that's basically how we saw it as kids as well, Solvin, but the teachers and everything in the country where I grew up were sort of still set in the world being the way it was going to be. It's like using calculators and computers. We were not allowed to back then use typewriters, or me being a fancy fucker had a needlepoint printer for my Commodore 64. I was not allowed to write any of my schoolwork on it because you needed to practice your cursive and shit like that. So all these things were just not allowed because they were a fad anyway, like the internet and the automobile.
Huh. Can you tell me more about this holy water?
Well, only what I've already told you. It comes directly from a fountain near the old monastery, and drinking it has the power to heal. And yes, I know how this must sound to you, but as I said, there have been numerous reports of people getting cured. Our neighbor's son who fell and broke his back, an old man who even regained sight.
But there's no way of knowing these healings actually happened. And even if they did, it might have simply been coincidence. Alchemy cures diseases like magic does, but not this nonsense.
Huh. The boy is more reasonable than his father.
Well, maybe you're right. It did not work after all. But I don't know. This man simply didn't seem like a liar to me.
Huh.
Well, that's true, Automate. Actually believing that, true or not, makes it harder for you. The brain's a weird thing.
Alright, let me see if I can talk with that priest. Where is he?
Are you?
Yes, we are. That man is in the south. His name is Nathaniel, and he's a priest of Tiara, so you should recognize him. And thank you.
Fine, if you think it helps.
Oh, it's Nathaniel. What was he called? The guy, Holy John or something? He was in the south. This is the fucking north. Yeah, but it'll still make it harder for you if you actually believe that. The brain's weird. I know that believe in yourself thing is a dumb and tired cliche, but yeah, gotta lube up the old brain. Can't have it think that things are hard.
Now would you look at that? Greetings. Are you Nathaniel?
Yes, that would be me.
Good morning, Grid.
How may I help you?
I had a chat with an elf called Nilas. He was here with his son, and he told me that you sold him some healing potion that didn't work. Now they hardly have the money to return to Everlight.
Ah, yes, I remember him. The architect with a crippled boy. He was very generous indeed. I'm saddened the potion didn't work, but there's not much I can do. And yes, I accepted a donation and I gave him a vial of healing water in return. I never specified the amount of said donation.
I like Latin. I just we got the choice. English and German was mandatory, and then so was Latin, but we had the choice between Spanish and French. I picked Spanish because it was spoken more than French. God damn, do I hate that language.
Huh. So how do you explain that the holy water didn't work?
Well, the Guardians work in mysterious ways. We never promise that the water will work on everyone, but it does work though. Be sure of that.
Exclamation
I've
mark.
seen it with my own eyes. I saw lepers tearing off their robes to reveal a healed body. Blind men seeing the colors of the leaves for the first time in their lives. So how could we deny these soul-seeking help a chance at something so wonderful?
These cases you mentioned could simply be a coincidence.
Yes, I have considered that. But the Guardians work in mysterious ways.
I hate this guy.
All we priests can do is serve them and bring their gifts into this world. Whether they choose to perform a miracle or not is their choice.
Wait, you said that the donations are voluntary. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone give up their entire life savings just like that?
The followers make their donations at their own discretion. Yes, everyone has to make a donation before drinking from the Blessed Spring, but we always ask them to donate whatever they can afford. It is not our intention to destroy lives. Some followers believe that bigger donations result in more grace from the Guardian, and yes, obviously this isn't true, and we do all we can not to perpetuate this misconception. But that does not stop people from doing it.
Mates. If someone faith heals and you tell them you can pay however the fuck much you want, it's kind of like the dilemma people are in when they're buying a coffin for their parents that have suddenly died. You splurge, do not splurge. What does that say about you? Will it not work if you don't pay enough? What do you do? And then you just go full hog.
Alright, I think I've heard enough. Well, your potion didn't work, so Nilas has a right to get his money back. Hand over the donation.
Ugh, I see. Well, you do not seem to be someone who would take a no for an answer. So be it then. Here's the money. Now I would prefer it if you left.
Sure.
What a shitbag. See this plute, boys. Why are you splitting? Oh god. Yeah, but that German-speaking population is not going to grow or do much of anything economically, whereas you have fucking Mexico down south, and schools do try to equip you to make money so that you may pay those lovely taxes, which learning German is not likely to do in the old Texaco. Is my take on that.
Let's see. Alright, so I talked to the priest. Seems he gave you the real holy water and it simply didn't work. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Yes, That is what I expected.
What about the gold? Did you get it back?
I did, yes. He wasn't too happy about it, but here it is.
Let me see. Oh, by Ellen, yes! That's all of it! Look, Father, I told you, the money wasn't lost.
Let's just hope Ellen doesn't punish us for taking from her servants. Either way, I suppose I should be grateful. Thank you, stranger, for dealing with this.
So, you're an architect, right?
I guess I am, yes. Why?
This might sound a little odd, but I could use someone with knowledge of elven structures in my camp. It would just be for a while, and who knows, maybe the mages there can even find a way to help your son.
More holy waters and rose wreaths?
No.
Motherfucker, look at me.
Magic.
That's an interesting offer. So this army of yours, what do you fight?
All sorts of things. We're just trying to keep the world safe from threats.
That's ambitious. But, I could actually use some good work after spending on all these treatments. Where is this camp of yours? We could discuss the details there.
A long way off. But just meet me at the border and we'll talk there. I can tell you all the details.
Sounds interesting. All right, then I will wait for you at the border. Henry, are you coming?
Definitely.
I'm gonna leave your palsy, the son with the palsy in the fucking
Let me know what you need,
mate. Yeah, it's also, I think, one of the things that have been researched on doing the poorest for teaching kids things is also the fact that school is at the time it is. That basically just bins all enthusiasm and brain power. Anime being popular is fine. The same with anything until you find a fan of it and you go, oh god, is that me? Is that how I sound? And then you reconsider.
Interesting.
Not anything to do with the actual thing.
What is it?
Just that.
So, what's the plan?
I'm assuming also because if you were doing the old Nipen and didn't give a shit about anime, people would always assume that that's why you got into it. Kind of like, if you like Rick and Morty, everyone will think you're a shitbag. You're one of those.
Huh. A drawing. A boy and a woman.
Oh, that's tragic. Do you think they were his family?
Maybe. We should go talk to him.
What?
Now would you look at that?
The boy and his family, we should go talk to him? Who? Where? What? Yeah. Preconception's also bad. It's even the fans can ruin it for someone that isn't even you or anyone that cares about it. Like when I did the martial arts thing, the word ninja got tossed around a lot, and you get all these fucking stupid comments because it's just weird media to people, and you learn never to talk about it because you get dumb shit. You're never gonna have a good conversation.
Understood.
There's always someone making fun of you, even if they try to feign interest. They're just assing.
You got it.
Fucking weeps. Nerkan. Weeps. God damn, I went the wrong way again. How the fucksticles will I get up there? Oh. Let's cross the ass up there. Oh wait, no, there's this thing. That was the thing I found. I wanted to check. How many mausoleums you shot? Killed provide you a sickle of House Leonidas. Old Mognestanary, where's... fuck.
As you want.
2 bears fighting in the east. This should be a thing.
A fine plan.
Sure.
Fucking Mandarin. Very silly sounding language. Small orange. 2 bears fighting near a corpse. I think we picked that thing up. Let me have a look here. There by a thing. It's up here somewhere. Ah.
Sounds like a plan.
Sneaky fucking thing. Yeah. The whole Nipon thing was also some bullshit with that ninja thing. If you ever go to Japan to train, support, you know the thing is like, I'm never gonna go there though. They're weird. Aw, that was an opportunity to automate. That was an opportunity to piss her right the fuck off.
Got it.
German is a very rigidly structured language.
That way?
So just make a bunch of mistakes and watch her implode. It's fucking weird. It's full of Japanese people, they're weird. It's like US, I'd go there if it wasn't full of Americans. People ruin everything. Three men that want to talk. We'll never go to the Isle of Dogs either, I'm not too keen on dogs. Sigma bless this. Fruiting body. Strongness and dex.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're already wearing that.
Yes.
You're more fire. Just fuck up your DDRC sind S ass. Or
Sure.
just do the one thing that
What do we need?
all DK men learn to say, which is Ich bin böse und knalle mit der Tür, which means I'm angry and I slam the door. Although in DK that means I'm gay and I fucked a bull. And that's hilarious if you're 5. So you'd still get annoyed, I think, Automate.
You got it.
That's how effective it would be.
More travelers. What do you want?
Are you Wraith?
Who's asking?
Is Samo Tahar's child?
Oh, bow and scrape, everyone. The mass murderer's child is here. Listen, I'm not in the mood for a chat. If it's sermons you came here for, go talk to the other pilgrims. I'm sure they can't wait to bombard you with their stupid, idiotic blathering.
We need your help. The Moorhere elves are suffering from a plague called the Corruption. They've traced down the cause of it to the Halayish ruins in Leafshade, but...
Please, hold it right there.
Why?
I don't care. I'm sorry, but I simply don't. Now, is there anything else you need? No? Then thank you and goodbye.
I was told you're a priest of Nor. Is that true?
Was. Not anymore.
Why?
Blazes, what part of I don't want to talk to you didn't you understand?
I like this guy.
Look, the more here really need your help.
And I really don't care.
Wow. There I thought altruism was dead.
Look, girl, if life taught me anything, it's that there's far too many people who care far too much about other people's business. I won't be one of them. And even if that were different, the more here would be the last people I'd help. They are the epitome of self-importance and arrogance. I owe them no loyalty. Now, please, move along. I have things to do.
All right, that didn't go well. Let's go take a look around. Maybe someone else can help us.
Good luck with that.
I like this guy.
Yes.
That was not what I want to.
We found the memorial. And the drawing. Was that your son?
Claws of Nor. You're really starting to get on my nerves, you know that? Who the heck do you think you are?
Look, lives are at stake here. Don't you get that? People will die if we don't stop the corruption. Men, women, children. You know what it's like to lose someone, don't you? Then why don't you just help us? I don't get it.
Because it's pointless. It's also goddamn pointless anyway, so why even try?
What's pointless? Why?
That boy. He was my son. The bloodburn took him, together with my wife.
Nigelism.
The Dark Elves were affected too?
What did you think? That Nor protects us? Our white hair? Nonsense. Everybody without magic was in the line of fire.
I'm sorry. When did that happen?
6 moons ago. But please, spare me the verbiage. You're not sorry because you didn't even know them. You wanted to appeal to my better self, and it worked. Good job. So, yes, I'll come with you and take a look at that fog. If there's anything I can do about it, I will. If I can't, then bad luck. Give me some time to gather my things. I'll meet you at the mountain pass.
What a man. Alright, let's see if I'm missing anything here. This man wants to talk. Yo.
Now would you look at that? A fresh face. What can I do for you?
You're a priest of Nihalf, aren't you? Can you tell me more about him?
Sure. What would you like to know?
What does Nihalf represent?
You don't know? Strength, craftsmanship, and courage. He's the god of the warriors and the smiths. And of course, the dwarves, such as myself.
Are you a dwarf? You're not a fucking dwarf. Look at this guy, boys. He's too tall.
What's Nihalf's duty?
That one's easy to answer. Nihalf, your strength shall form and harden them. You will grant them the power to survive. For this world will not be without dangers. Within the earth, you shall form their souls in your forge and grant them courage and truthfulness, willpower and strength. Nihalf is the epitome of strength and success through hardship.
Hey, sun's
He
coming out.
reminds us that we may have to go through the fire to become a better person.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything about Wraith, the Dark Elf?
That's his name? No, I'm afraid I can't. He's not the most sociable of fellows.
Huh. All right. Thanks, nonetheless. Goodbye.
Guardian's grace be upon you.
You're not a fucking dwarf. Stop lying to me. Why can't I call him out on that? Maybe I need Iskrim here to tell him he's a dwarf.
Understood.
Hmm? Fuck. I'm Fook.
Will do.
Yes? Is someone there?
Oh, you're blind.
I guess
Hello,
I
son.
am. But I can still answer your questions, Pilgrim. What have you come here for?
How many fingers am I holding? Oh.
You're a priest of Hirin, right?
I am.
What does Hirin stand for?
Oh, Hirin is many things. He's the wind around us, the time we live in, the dreams that come to us at night. And he's the one who brings both death and life to our souls. The nomads pray to him, the homeless, the poor, and the elders. He's the god of those who've been lost and who seek solace.
What is his duty?
He's the messenger. As Aenir, the All-Father, said, Hirin, you will be the messenger who brings them the good and the bad. You shall lead the souls of the dying into the halls of death, and newborn souls to life. Sleep, death, and dreaming, but also happiness and health will be your wares. May they both fear and love you.
Do you know anything about the Dark Elf?
Ah, yes, Wraith. He's a lost soul, just like many Hirin has guided. But he refuses to open himself to the truth.
What do you mean?
Is that what you call your
I
penis?
could tell you. But he has trusted me with his secrets, and I do not wish to betray his trust. If he doesn't tell you himself, then I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Fair enough. I won't pry. I already found out. The baker. Do the old armor shuffle. So I'm wondering if I get to choose humans always. I don't think so for the RTS sections. I think I might be forced to do the others every now and then. And then again, oh, Talar is so fucking sturdy at this point. Might not
Another
matter.
pilgrim. How may I help you?
Can you tell me more about Ellen?
Of course. What do you want to know?
What does she represent? She's the goddess of the elves, isn't she?
Most people think that, but no, she isn't. Ellen embraces all sorts of people, from noble elves to human farmers. As long as your intentions are good, Ellen has a place for you in her heart. She's the mother, the one who nurtures, the goddess of nature.
What is Ellen's duty?
As the All-Father spoke, daughter Ellen, travel over the land and look upon the force of life. Watch over the abundance of nature, the plants and beings of the forest. Give them water, which they require to live, and be their friend and protector. Ellen gives life. That is her duty.
I do what I want.
The Dark Elf, Wraith. Can you tell me anything about him?
The priest of Nor.
Yes, we need him, but he won't cooperate.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't know much about him myself. Only that he came here about 6 moons ago, and did nothing but stare into the sky since then.
I'll be on my way.
Of course. The Guardian's grace be upon you.
A pilgrim. What a nice sight. We haven't had many since that bloodburn plague broke out. How can I help you, child?
I'm fucking not a child, mate.
I want to know more about the guardian god Irion.
Certainly. What exactly?
What exactly does Irion represent?
Knowledge,
What is it, Elrond
justice,
there?
and truth. He's the scholar and the judge, and lots of mages or keepers pray to him.
I see. Thank you. What is Irion's duty?
Well, let me share the word of Arion with you. And finally, Arion, you will be the keeper of their knowledge. For science, research, and magic, give the people a better future. You shall record all their knowledge and achievements in a book, in which I may come to know the story of my work at the end of time.
Can you tell me anything about that dark elf?
I am not sure. We never talked much to begin with.
Okay. Restless.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, friend. Safe travels.
Yes,
Not your
of course.
fucking friend. Monk. Oh, this is a lot. Serbo, Tiara, and...
Read a book.
What?
I said read a book. I'm not here to answer your questions. I've done nothing else for the past 5 years, and it starts to get boring.
But you're a priest. Isn't it your, I don't know, your job to spread the word of the Guardians?
I devoted my life to Zerbo, the god of laughter, of dance, of music. So isn't that what I should be doing? But no. Instead, that goddamn high priest sent me to this godforsaken grove to stand here all day, smiling and talking like a damn courtesan. And of course hoping that the few soldiers who come by don't decide to beat you to a pulp just because they feel like it. I'm just glad those white-robed fanatics haven't come here yet. Once they do, I'll be off. Sod Zerbo, my life is more important.
What a fine lady.
I'm not even here for knowledge. I want to know more about that dark elf.
I want to know I'm not here for knowledge.
I tried. He's, reserved.
Well, hard luck, I guess. I can't help you with that.
I won't bother you anymore. Stay safe.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Oh, hello, stranger. You're not from these parts, are you?
No, I just arrived. You're a priest of Tiara, aren't you? I recognize that crest.
Well observed. Yes, I am.
I want to know more about Tiara.
Blazes. Do we really have to do this? You could have just read a book or something.
Patience, young woman. There's always time for spirituality. What exactly would you like to know?
Got big tits.
What is Tiara's purpose?
Tiara is the goddess of the sunlight, of all that is warm and good. She is prayed to by many, but mostly us humans see her as our source of inspiration and vitality. More than any race, our lives revolve around the sun.
What?
What is Tiara's duty?
Well, Tiara is the oldest and wisest of the Guardians. As the first to be addressed by the All-Father, she was told the following. Tiara, eldest of my children, your home shall be the solar sphere, and your flaming dance will bring light and warmth to life that would decay without it. May you never tire. She is the birth of our existence, and of all that we see. We feel her warmth whenever we travel.
Do you know anything about that dark elf? Why is he here?
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't know about that. He's very taciturn, but you've probably noticed that yourself.
Look, I really need his help. A lot of lives depend on it. Can you think of any way to convince him?
I don't know. I've seen him pray at an altar in his shack some time ago, so maybe if you go there... but no, you shouldn't do that. Not without him knowing.
Okay, I don't think we have a choice. Let's take a look at Wraith's shack.
Huh? Can I help you? I haven't seen you here before, have I?
Are you a stoner?
I want to know more about the Guardians.
No drug culture.
You're the priest of Shanna, aren't you? What can you tell me about her?
A lot.
Who does Shanna represent?
Represents? Oh, yes, of course. Shanna is the goddess and family of love and friendship. She represents every mother and every father, and is a beacon of hope for the kettle and grind.
Oh, actually, he said it.
What?
Sorry. I meant beacon. Beacon of hope for the gentle and the kind. Forgive me, that wine... it does strange things to my... tongue.
What was Shanna tasked with?
Oh, sure. It would be my pleasure. Shanna, my daughter, you will grant this world benevolence and love. For your calm, soft hands shall guide themselves to the loins of many men. Wait, no. Sorry, that was, a different book.
Well, maybe I should come back later.
What? No, I'm sorry, friend. Today really isn't my day. Maybe I can help you with something else.
Can you tell me anything about Wraith?
What's a Wraith?
The Dark Elf.
Oh, that one. No. No, I don't think so. Not the nicest of fellas, I have to say. Always got that grim look in his eyes.
Goodbye.
Sure. May you feel safe in Shauna's love like a dumpling wrapped in bacon.
Yes. Goddamn. Fucking druggies.
When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Halayash, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the story of its creation may dampen an explorer's enthusiasm.
I'm sad. Wanted to play Satisfactory. We're not gonna though.
Fine.
Got it for free. And I threw it away. We're gonna get RTS now, aren't I?
Got it.
Wraith, what a pleasure to see you.
Sure. Where is that corruption, or whatever you call it? And what is it?
It's a plague, much like the bloodburn, only that it seems to spread through nature. Whoever or whatever gets infected becomes completely crazy.
Like the rabies?
Only that it affects humans and treants too. There's a giant red fog down south, and we believe it's the cause of the corruption.
It says
but whoever enters it dies.
Red fog.
Any ideas? Could that be black magic?
It's possible. I'll have to take a look at it. Can you show me?
Certainly.
No,
Tahar,
in half an
could
hour
you
it'll be
take
5,
your
so I
new
need to
friend
chop it
and
again.
Varden to the fog? Silverhand will stay here and protect the camp.
All right. Yes, sure, I can take you. Follow me.
That's it.
I can take you.
That's the fog.
I see. Yes, that's definitely black magic. Necromantic miasma, to be precise. Though it's been a long time since they were used, because they're practically uncontrollable. The last noted occurrence was during the Hibernian era.
Used? So you think someone caused this deliberately?
I don't know.
Well, so here's in there.
If so, that someone would have needed knowledge of Hibernian rituals.
But can you cure it?
No. But let me try something. Good.
A golem? What for?
Well, to find out what's behind this, we need to get to the center of it. But since I doubt any of you would like to get that fog into your lungs, I found ourselves someone who doesn't mind. I see what he sees.
Good thinking.
Stand back.
We have the poultry ability where we can... Look at him go. What a lovely...
A man. There's a man, he...
has an egg. Did he just...
Gnaws claws. That was quicker than expected.
But you saw someone, right?
Yeah. An elf. More here, by the looks of it. Shaven head and a scar on his scalp.
Wait, Arlen? No, that's impossible. How did that scar look like?
It stretched from his forehead to the top of his head. And he had a long brown beard.
Yes. Yes, that's Arlen Finrior, Alpha Scryer,
Nothing
but
like that in the picture.
I don't understand. Why is he here? How come the fog doesn't harm him?
He had no beard and
He's
long
controlling it.
I beg
hair.
your pardon?
I said he's controlling it. It's the only explanation. And as long as he's alive and upholding the spell, there's nothing I can do about the fog.
What now?
Well, as I see it, there's only one way to end it. We need to disable him, or what he used to summon the miasma in the first place.
How?
Complicated. But let's discuss that at the outpost. Silverhand will want to be involved in this.
Indeed he does.
I'm assuming spinning the egg he had.
Arlen Finrior. That's interesting, to say the least. Do you have any explanation for this, Varden?
I don't.
What a mess. And Wraith, there's absolutely no way to protect oneself against the fog?
No.
Then what can we do?
Let me think. Right now, there's only one solution I can think of. But you won't like it.
Anything is better than nothing. Tell us,
Finria used Hibernian necromancy to conjure that plague. We could use Hibernian necromancy to end it.
How?
By conjuring something a bit more powerful. Something that can withstand the miasma and end Arlen's spell, one way or another. However, I can't do that on my own. Hibernian necromancy is complex and not my area of expertise.
What do you need then?
Well, ideally, the grimoire of an Hibernian Valis, a shaman, but I doubt we'll be that lucky. However, Hibernian crystal shards will do too. They can help me focus. In other words, our best bet would be to look through the ruins for these.
Hibernian crystal shards? Like the ones they used for their portals?
Yes. If you can bring me a handful, that might be enough to channel my magic for the ritual.
I'm not sure. You wanted to search all of Helaish just in hopes of finding those shards.
You asked me for a solution, and I made a suggestion. If you don't like it, I'm more than happy to go back to the monastery.
No. I'm sorry, this is all a bit much. Tahar, I hate to ask, but can you take care of this? Silverhand and I need to stay back and make sure the outpost is secure.
I can try.
Thank you. And one more thing. Could you also have a chat with Commander Zyla? You've won a lot of battles, and you could help us set up a proper defense.
I'll see what I can do.
Good. Again, Tahar, we truly appreciate your help.
Well, it is settled then. Tahar will search the Hibernian ruins for the shards, while we try to keep the purity and the abominations at bay. And Wraith, Silverhand believes we should have a chat. He heard what happened to your family. It's a tragedy.
If you insist.
Are you Commander Zyla?
Yes, and you're Tahar. Your eyes. You have something strange about you.
I get that a lot. Listen, Scryer Merilith said I should give you some advice regarding the defense of this outpost.
Advice, huh? Well, I guess you do know what you're doing, else you wouldn't still be alive, would you? Well then, I have a better idea. Why don't you just have a chat with the workers and tell them what to do? You know, where to put the barricades, towers, the usual. I think we both don't have time for lectures.
Yeah, I can do that.
Good. I trust you fully in this matter. Just make sure to have enough of our workers gather Lenya. Silverhand's mages are eating those bloody leaves like there's no tomorrow.
Lenya? What's that?
Oh, right. I forgot. You're an Evran. Lenya are the plants that grow around Aria pools. The two are very similar, both are infused with magic, only that Lenya plants are far more concentrated than Aria, and humans don't know how to process it. In short, elven druids and mages need to consume it regularly for their powers.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Then do your best, Tahar. I'll do mine.
What's next?
You literally wanted to do nothing. Magnificent Shrine of Ellen. That's a farm, that's fine. You guys are wooden. Are we getting any stone? We're getting some stone.
What do you want?
What's that then? Yeah, useless. Let's go bin the purity. Fuck him. Can't be asked with this RTS shit. I'll just run up there and kill him.
This looks like a suitable place.
I'll build a base here to pretend I'm not an ass.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
All right, give me a second.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Understood.
Oh, nice stuff. I haven't been assaultinated yet, at least. That's alright. Out of combat, we go in. Yes, I suppose it kind of becomes necessary later when you have more of the old HP. Lovecraft otherwise. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip the battle and just go straight in your base with 4 guys. I just fart until one of us falls over. Yes, kiddo?
Looks like an old Northander camp. What would the Crown have wanted here?
Good question.
We're being attacked!
Oh, my fucking Lauter.
Get ready!
Experienced flatulist arrives on the field.
Building completed. The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
That's a lot of cunts. BRB, fat loot.
You have my attention.
Squire, we lost a sector.
Morius Tahar.
You'll have to wait.
Let us make this quick.
So the Purity is looking for an artifact. That explains why they're here. But what?
No clue.
That was a lot of assholes all of a sudden.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
I was not prepared for such assholery.
Yes?
Well, I was gonna go get this bin here. I say you're damn.
Yes.
Oh.
As you want.
Now would you look at that?
Bill power. More of this. I don't know what this shit's for. All this Wolof crap if it's just for selling. I say wet. Ingredients.
Just give the word.
What do we need?
What is it?
I'll try just running at them, see how that goes. How the fuck do I get over there? Down here, I guess.
Will do.
Don't know what the hell this is. The turrets will be ass, I think. Our tank mate is quite squishy.
We're being attacked!
For the Queen!
Sort your shit out, goddamn.
More complicated than I thought.
Building completed.
Man is hard confused by bullshit.
You read my mind.
Auto Asta, where there? No one's there. Biggest shrine to Helen.
Let me know what you need.
Worm scatchels. A thing to punch elves. That's an odd thing for me to find here.
Building completed.
The gum sob.
Yes?
There's a big man in there. Lilac something.
As you require.
Our scholars have finished researching a new technology.
Nice. You know, mate.
Let's see what we can do. Huh?
Why is there someone on a heath here?
I will do as I must.
You'll regret this.
You?
Stop arriving.
Thinking. We could use another outpost.
This looks like a suitable place.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Hope this man learns the joys of the old fuck off. What was that thing up there? Likes the old stone.
They will fall.
It's a big man up here. No, just a swine.
We're being attacked!
Looks Hibernian, though I don't think it'll be of much use to us.
Why do dicks suddenly appear? Every time I'm gone for 5 seconds. But that was their boss dick as well. Damn. Well, let's go see what their base is like. It might be shit.
All right, here goes nothing.
We're being attacked!
Stop that. Yeah, they'll die on their own. Disrespectiate.
Your struggle is pointless.
Yeah, you're fine.
What do we need? Tiara's breath. That was close.
They appear to be coming from the south.
What do you mean?
Maybe that is where we should look for the corruption then.
What's next? Whatever's necessary.
Nothing about that was close. What are you talking about?
It's over already. Everything has an end. It's over. It's over already.
Hi, Katie. How can I help you?
I'll handle it.
Good thinking. We could use another outpost.
Arse distillery. All these men will die as soon as this is removed. Look at them. I'm homeless. My raisin Dietrich
The outpost
is
has
gone.
been built. We've expanded our borders.
There's a little elven sentient cart. It's actually a Dwayne riding it. No, this goes fucking Gazelle. Gazelle propelled thingy. Call this place the Crab Coast. Oh, I see a Swede in there.
Let us make this quick.
You'll regret this.
Building completed.
Nice. Meow kitty, yes? Is this a fact?
We're being attacked! I need
Oh
help.
shit, that crap's
They
blocked.
killed one of our heroes.
Oops.
I will do as I must. As you require.
Stop being knocked around so much, it's weird.
Yes.
Sturdy ass turret this though. Get it? You guys are fucking demanding. What? I don't know what that means, boys.
They will fall.
There's a lot of screaming going on. Am I responsible?
Not happening. I can't focus.
You'll regret this.
I need more time.
Yes.
Fair enough. Let's do this. Get ready.
It's over already.
Corporal, let's see what we can do.
Every time I use an ability, they switch targets. It's infuriating.
Let us make this quick. I will do as I must.
You read my mind.
Asshole trying to repair a building I'm tearing down. It's not how sieges work, you knob. Can't out-repair someone beating up structures. Still someone shooting from that tower despite it being on fire. It's pretty devoted.
Everything has an end.
Some cunt TM has appeared.
You'll have to wait.
we go.
Kill him.
Let's see what we can do.
Expansion is the key to victory.
This looks like a suitable place.
Kitty's being weird, BLB. Alright man, sorry about that. We're on 5 hours, so I'm just gonna restart the stream quickly for quality options, possibly Antimass, so give me a second to do this, and I'll be back.